What happens when the gods tire of their games? Beneath the weighty shadows of Mount Olympus, a tempest brews, crackling with unspent fury. The air hangs thick with unease, as whispers of betrayal echo through the marble halls where divine beings once reveled. Here, the tides of fate shift dangerously, and the lives of mortals and immortals alike teeter on the brink of chaos. In a quiet village, far from the opulence of godly feasts, an ominous omen darkens the skies. A solitary figure, cloaked in desperation, stands at the threshold of destiny. With trembling hands, she clutches a withered branch, the last remnant of a once mighty olive tree that flourished under Athena's watchful gaze. It was said that this tree would flourish only as long as the goddess protected her chosen people. Now its leaves are a lifeless brown, a harbinger of doom that looms over her village like a relentless storm cloud. Meanwhile, in the shimmering depths of the Aegean Sea, Poseidon's wrath churns. Dark waves rise, crashing against the shores with a ferocity that has not been felt in centuries. Fishermen gaze out to the horizon, their nets forgotten, as unnatural storms twist the skies into a furious dance. The sea, once a bountiful provider, has turned its back on those who dared to cross its treacherous expanse. Rumors swirl of a monstrous creature awakening beneath the waves, a reminder that even gods have their nightmares. On Olympus, Zeus's thunderous laughter echoes through the halls, masking the trepidation that grips the other deities. He raises a chalice, toasting to a future that may never come. But Hera, with her piercing gaze and iron resolve, senses the growing unease. She knows that the threads of fate are unraveling, leading toward a confrontation that could shatter their celestial world. Dark prophecies weave through their conversations, hinting at a battle that will pit brother against brother, love against loyalty, and ambition against divine decree. As the tapestry of fate tightens its grip, a hero emerges from obscurity. A young warrior, his heart ablaze with dreams of glory, stands at the crossroads of destiny. He feels the weight of ancestral whispers urging him forward, but the path is shrouded in mystery and peril. Distant thunder rumbles ominously, a reminder that the gods are not the only forces to be reckoned with. With each step, he inches closer to a fate entwined with the divine, unaware that his choices will ripple through time, carving a legacy that will echo long after the gods fall silent. The stage is set, the players in motion, and the air crackles with anticipation. And as the first clash of titanic wills reverberates through the cosmos, one question hangs in the balance. Who will pay the ultimate price for the whims of gods? In the beginning, there was nothing but an endless void, a vast and silent expanse that stretched infinitely in every direction. This emptiness was called chaos, a swirling mass of potential and untamed energy. Within this formless abyss, the seeds of creation lay dormant, waiting for a spark, a moment, to ignite the cosmos. It was a time when nothing seemed possible, yet everything was on the brink of existence, holding its breath as if the universe itself was waiting for a sign. From this primordial darkness, a voice began to stir, a whisper that would resonate through the ages. It was a call to awaken. Out of the swirling nothingness, a figure emerged, the embodiment of Earth itself, Gaia. She rose with a grace that could only be imagined, her form a tapestry of mountains and valleys, rivers and oceans, life itself woven into her very being. As she stood tall in the void, the air shimmered with electric anticipation, and the cosmos held its breath, knowing that something extraordinary was about to unfold. Gaia, radiant and powerful, looked upon the emptiness with a mixture of wonder and determination. Within her heart, she felt the pulse of creation. She breathed life into the void, and as her breath echoed through the cosmos, it transformed the chaos around her. Stars ignited in brilliant bursts, galaxies formed spiraling outwards, and planets began to dance in a delicate waltz around the sun. Yet, the most profound act of creation was yet to come. From the depths of her being, Gaia summoned the Titans, mighty beings of immense strength and purpose. They emerged from her essence, each one a reflection of her power and nurturance. The first to rise was Kronos, a fierce and ambitious figure, cloaked in shadows and light, wielding the power of time itself. Next came Rhea, his sister and partner, possessing a gentleness that balanced his ferocity. Then came Oceanus, the lord of the vast seas, and Tethys, the nurturing source of rivers and streams. Each Titan embodied the elemental forces of nature, ready to shape the world itself. Yet, with the birth of these giants, came a tumultuous tide of emotion. The Titans, filled with a mix of awe and uncertainty, looked to Gaia for guidance. Her presence was both comforting and commanding, yet a flicker of tension sparked between them. Kronos, driven by ambition, sought to dominate the cosmos, while Rhea, ever the voice of reason, urged him to embrace harmony instead of chaos. As they debated, the universe quaked beneath them, reflecting the clash of wills. The tension mounted, and the Titans' voices echoed across the newly formed galaxies, filled with passion and conflict. "We are the architects of destiny," Kronos declared, his voice booming with the weight of authority. "We shall shape this universe as we see fit." But Rhea's gentle reply cut through the air like a soothing balm. "But at what cost, dear brother? Creation is not merely about power. It is also about balance. We must remember the fragility of life." In the shadows, Gaia observed her children with a mixture of pride and concern. She had given them life and purpose, yet she could sense the storm brewing among them. The cosmos crackled with potential energy, and it felt as if the very stars were holding their breath, waiting for the outcome of this tension. Would the Titans rise as guardians of the universe? Or would they become the harbingers of chaos? Amidst the debate, a sudden silence enveloped the cosmos, as if time itself had paused. The vastness seemed to lean in, waiting for the next move. In the stillness, Gaia stepped forward, her voice resonating with the depth of the earth. "My children, the universe is alive. Every star, every planet, every whisper of wind carries the essence of our being. You are not merely Titans. You are the heartbeat of this creation. Choose wisely how you mold this existence." With her words, a sense of clarity washed over the Titans. They looked at one another, the fire of their ambition tempered by the nurturing presence of their mother. Yet even as they united in purpose, an unspoken question hung in the air. What would become of them? What sacrifices would they have to make to ensure the survival of this new world? As they began to channel their energies, the cosmos pulsated with color and life. Mountains rose, rivers flowed, and forests burst forth in a cacophony of green. The Titans worked together, weaving their powers into the fabric of reality. Yet beneath the surface, an undercurrent of tension remained. The whispers of chaos, born from Kronos' ambition, lingered like a shadow, threatening to disrupt the fragile balance they had begun to forge. In a moment of vulnerability, Rhea reached out to Kronos, her voice soft yet firm. "Let us build a world where all can thrive, where the sun kisses the earth and the oceans sing to the skies. We are stronger together. Do not let the desire for dominance blind you to the beauty of unity. Kronos hesitated, his fierce exterior cracking just slightly. In that fleeting moment, the cosmos shimmered, reflecting the shifting tides of their emotions. The universe itself seemed to pause, waiting for his answer. The stars twinkled with anticipation, and even the distant galaxies leaned in, holding their collective breath. But in the depths of his ambition, the promise of chaos began to stir again. Would he succumb to the darkness within, or would he embrace the light of creation? The Titans were at a crossroads, and the fate of existence hung in the balance. The cosmos trembled with energy, and in that charged atmosphere, a choice was looming, one that would echo through time itself, shaping the very essence of the universe. With hearts racing and tensions mounting, the Titans stood on the precipice of destiny. The cosmos was alive, a vibrant tapestry woven from the threads of their conflicts and aspirations. As they faced the unknown, the journey ahead promised to be filled with unimaginable challenges and breathtaking beauty, an adventure where the fate of creation would forever be intertwined with their choices. The universe was waiting, and every heartbeat resonated with the promise of transformation. The sky was a violent swirl of dark clouds, crackling with the energy of impending chaos. Below, the earth trembled as the Titans stirred, their colossal forms looming over the landscape, shadows stretching long and wide. Among them stood Cronus, the most powerful of all, with a face carved from stone and eyes that burned like embers. Rhea, his sister and wife, stood beside him, a figure of grace and strength, her long hair cascading like the golden wheat swaying in the fields they ruled. Together, they were the embodiment of an age that would see both creation and destruction, love and betrayal, all wrapped in the fabric of time. Cronus had seized power with a swift, ruthless hand, overthrowing his own father, Uranus. The cries of the vanquished echoed in his mind, a haunting reminder of the cost of power. He could still remember the taste of blood on his lips, the thundering pulse of victory in his veins. The Titans had celebrated, reveling in their new dominion, but there was an undercurrent of unease, a whisper of fate that promised retribution. With every passing day, Cronus settled into his role as king, ruling from a throne carved from the very bones of the earth. He was revered by many, but feared by all. Rhea watched him closely, her heart heavy with the knowledge of what was to come. The prophecy echoed in her ears like a mournful song. One of your children will grow strong enough to dethrone you. Each word hung like a sword above their heads, casting a shadow that dimmed even the brightest of their days. In the quiet moments, Rhea would gaze out over the vast expanse of their domain, feeling the weight of their rule press down upon her. Time seemed to distort, stretching and collapsing around them, like waves lapping against a rocky shore. She could feel the tension in the air, as if the very fabric of existence held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash between father and son. Their union brought forth children, 3 daughters. The eldest was Hestia, a beacon of warmth and comfort. The second was Demeter, the nurturing spirit of the harvest, and the youngest, Hera, a goddess of fierce loyalty and unyielding pride. Each child was a gift, but also a ticking time bomb. As they grew, Rhea's heart swelled with love, but it was soon punctured by anxiety. She saw glimpses of greatness in them, glimpses of the very power that could threaten Cronus's reign. To protect them, Rhea devised a plan. Each time a child was born, Cronus would take the infant from her arms, swallowing them whole in a desperate attempt to thwart the prophecy. The first time it happened, Rhea's screams echoed through the chambers, a raw, primal sound that would have shattered the hearts of any who heard. Cronus, resolute in his fear of being overthrown, showed no remorse, believing he was securing his throne. But Rhea was not simply a passive queen. With each child consumed, her heart hardened, and vengeance began to stir within her. She had given Cronus everything, her love, her soul, her children, and now he devoured them as if they were mere morsels. With determination burning in her chest, she plotted her revenge. When Zeus, her sixth child, was born, she made a fateful decision. In the dead of night, when shadows danced along the walls, Rhea wrapped her newborn in swaddling cloth and kissed his forehead softly. Her heart ached as she handed him over to Gaia, the Earth Mother, who would hide him away from Cronus's gaze. Rhea then presented Cronus with a stone wrapped in the same blankets, a decoy that would satisfy his insatiable hunger. As Cronus swallowed the stone, a triumphant roar shook the very foundations of the earth, but Rhea could only stand by and watch. In her chest, hope flickered like a candle in the darkness, fragile yet unwavering. Little did Cronus know that the child he had lost would grow to become the very force that would shatter his reign. Years passed, each one marked by an unyielding tension. Zeus was raised in secret, nurtured by the kind hands of Gaia. He grew strong, his spirit lit with the fire of potential, while in the shadows, his siblings' fate remained trapped in the belly of their father. Rhea watched from the sidelines, torn between love for her children and the grim reality that loomed on the horizon. The day of reckoning arrived with the fury of a storm. Zeus, now a young man, armed with the wisdom of the ages and a heart filled with defiance, returned to confront his father. The air crackled with electric anticipation as he descended from the hidden mountains, the winds howling his arrival. Rhea felt the ground tremble beneath her, her heart racing. This was the moment they had all been waiting for. As father and son faced each other, time seemed to freeze. Cronus stood tall, a titan of unmatched might, while Zeus glowed with an unquenchable fire. The very fabric of destiny was woven around them, threads of hope and despair intertwining, and Rhea could feel the pulse of the world quicken. Every heartbeat echoed a promise. Liberation would come, but at what cost? The clash was monumental, a battle that would be sung of for centuries. The Titans rallied behind their king, while the allies of Zeus, Hecate, Prometheus, and others rose to support the fledgling god. The ground shook, mountains crumbled, and the seas roared in fury. It was a spectacle of chaos that seemed to last for an eternity. Rhea watched from the periphery, torn between her love for Cronus, the man she had once adored, and the hope that blossomed in her heart for her children. The tide of battle ebbed and flowed, a brutal dance of power and fury. Cronus fought with the desperation of a cornered beast, but Zeus was fueled by a purpose greater than himself. The prophecy had come alive, a living, breathing entity that hung heavy in the air, pressing down on both father and son, demanding resolution. As the fighting reached a fever pitch, Rhea felt her heart twist painfully. Memories flooded her mind. Laughter shared with Cronus, the warmth of her children, their innocent smiles. Each memory whispered to her in a haunting chorus, "What have you sacrificed?" The air thickened with tension, and Rhea clenched her fists, torn between two worlds. The outcome of this conflict would not only determine the fate of her children, but would also seal Cronus's destiny. The echoes of the past collided with the present, and the very essence of the universe held its breath, waiting for the final blow that would alter the course of time forever. The air crackled with tension, thick enough to slice through with a blade. On the rocky slopes of Mount Olympus, shadows danced under the watchful gaze of the ancient gods. Whispers filled the space, urgent murmurs of a prophecy that had lingered for ages, echoing in the hearts of the mighty. The future of the cosmos was about to be rewritten, and they all felt it. Cronus, the Titan who once ruled the universe with an iron fist, sat upon his throne, his face twisted with paranoia and dread. He had swallowed his own children, fearing that one of them would rise up and overthrow him. He had thought he could cheat fate, but the whispers grew louder, chilling his blood. "One shall rise," they said. "The youngest will defeat you." Zeus, the child he thought he had destroyed, was alive. Hidden away, nurtured on the island of Crete, he had grown strong and fierce, unaware of the fate that awaited him. His heart pulsed with a fire ignited by the tales of his siblings, Hestia, Demeter, Hera, Hades, and Poseidon, each swallowed whole by their father, each a ghost in the depths of Cronus's insatiable hunger. The day came when Zeus would hear the call of destiny. He stood beneath the stars, his body tense with anticipation, his spirit unyielding. The winds carried a message to him, the call of rebellion. His heart raced as he felt the weight of his mission. He was not meant to simply exist. He was meant to rise, to claim what was rightfully his, to liberate his family from the abyss of their father's greed. But in his heart lingered a single burning question. Would he succeed where others had failed? In the dark corners of the earth, the flames of resistance began to flicker. Allies assembled, titans and gods alike, drawn together by the same whisper, the prophecy. Prometheus, the Titan who had defied Cronus, and Rhea, the mother of Zeus, joined forces. They shared tales of heroism, igniting hope in the hearts of those who had long been silenced. They spoke of Zeus, the one who could shatter the chains of the past and lead them into a new dawn. As Zeus gathered his forces, the tension built like a storm about to break. Each day brought him closer to confrontation. He forged alliances with the Cyclopes, those masters of fire and craftsmanship, who gifted him lightning bolts that crackled with the power of the heavens. He trained tirelessly, his spirit unyielding, his heart determined. The thought of his siblings trapped in eternal darkness fueled his rage. Cronus, meanwhile, sat upon his throne, oblivious to the storm brewing beneath him. He reveled in his power, a king surrounded by his treasures, yet shadows haunted him like ghosts. He had felt the ground tremble beneath him, sensed the whispers growing loud, but he chose to ignore them. Denial dripped from his lips. "I am invincible." That fateful day arrived, brightened by the sun, yet shadowed by destiny. Zeus stood before the gates of Tartarus, the dark prison where his siblings languished. He raised his arms, lightning dancing between his fingers, summoning the strength of the earth and sky. The ground rumbled, mirroring the tumult within his heart. "I will not let fear hold me back," he roared, his voice echoing through the valleys like thunder. As he opened the gates, a blinding light flooded the darkness, illuminating the faces of his brothers and sisters, Hades, Poseidon, and the others, all waiting for their salvation. A mix of disbelief and joy filled the air, shifting like the tide. They were reborn in that moment, the chains of their past shattering as they stood beside their brother, united in purpose. But Cronus was not idle. He sensed the shift in power, fury igniting in his chest. Gathering his titans, he prepared for the battle that he knew was coming. They think they can challenge me? They are nothing but children playing at war. His voice boomed, carrying with it the weight of centuries of rule. But deep in his heart, uncertainty festered. The prophecy gnawed at him, a chilling reminder of his own mortality. The clash of titans erupted like a storm unleashed. Zeus led his siblings into battle, their newfound strength igniting the very sky. The earth trembled as they fought against Cronus and his legion of titans. Lightning flashed, illuminating the chaos. The cries of battle rang through the air, a symphony of defiance and desperation. Zeus struck with the might of the heavens, each bolt a promise to his fallen siblings, a vow to end the tyranny of Cronus once and for all. Through the smoke and chaos, the faces of his family became a blur, yet their spirits intertwined with his, fueling his resolve. "For those lost, for those oppressed," he shouted, his voice rising above the din. The air thickened with tension, and time seemed to stretch, caught in a web spun with both hope and dread. In the midst of the battle, Cronus caught a glimpse of his children, powered through unity, charging at him with raw, unyielding strength. Panic clawed at him. They were not the frightened beings he had swallowed. They were warriors, forged in the fires of pain and longing. "No!" he screamed, desperation mixing with rage as he struck out. But Zeus was faster, more agile, his spirit refusing to be quenched. With a heart pounding like a war drum, Zeus pressed on, the storm of battle swirling around him. He was not just a child of Cronus, he was a force of nature, destined to reclaim his family, destined to bring light where there had only been darkness. The prophecy thrummed in the air like a heartbeat, urging him forward, guiding his path. As the battle reached its peak, destiny flickered like a candle in the wind. Zeus stood at the precipice of triumph, the echoes of 1,000 voices swirling around him, and he knew this was only the beginning. The threads of fate were weaving together, and in that moment, he felt the weight of an entire universe resting on his shoulders. He had to win, not just for himself, but for all those who had suffered under Cronus's reign. The clash continued, a whirlwind of ferocity and longing, and the prophecy loomed ever closer, whispering its promise of a new dawn. With every heartbeat, Zeus moved forward, his spirit ablaze, ready to confront the tyrant who had once held dominion over their lives. Ready to embrace his destiny as the harbinger of a new age. In a time when the world was still young and chaos roamed the earth, 5 radiant souls emerged from the depths of darkness, each destined to shape the fate of humanity and the heavens above. The air was thick with anticipation, tinged with the scent of fresh earth and the promise of new beginnings. As Cronus devoured his own children to secure his power, he never fathomed that his reign would be shattered by those very offspring he sought to erase. Hestia, the firstborn, felt the tremors of fear ripple through her. A flickering flame danced in her heart, a beacon of warmth and hope in an uncertain world. With a gentle spirit and a nurturing nature, she was the goddess of the hearth, a guardian of families. When she emerged into existence, the very air shimmered with her essence. She was the promise of safety, a soft glow amidst the shadows. Her laughter echoed like chimes in the stillness, and those who heard it could not help but feel comforted. Yet, lurking in the corners of her mind was the weight of her siblings' fates, a chilling reminder of the danger that awaited them. Then came Hera, fierce and proud, the queen of the gods. Even as a child, she wore her crown like a shield, her spirit unyielding. She was not just a beauty, but a force of nature, determined to rise above the fear that had gripped her family. With each step, she commanded the attention of the cosmos, her presence igniting the stars above. But with her strength came vulnerability, a longing for love and respect, a desire to be more than a pawn in the games of men and gods alike. Her heart beat with the rhythm of a storm, and beneath her regal exterior lay a depth of emotion that threatened to burst forth. From the depths of the ocean, Poseidon emerged, his laughter like the crashing waves. The earth trembled beneath his weight as he took his first steps, a ruler of seas and storms. He was fierce and wild, with a temper that could rival the fiercest of tempests. Yet, in moments of quiet, he found solace in the whispers of the ocean, the gentle caress of the water against his skin, reminding him of his connection to the world. He could feel the pulse of life beneath the surface, a world teeming with both beauty and danger. But as he gazed into the horizon, an unsettling thought gripped him. His reign over the sea was like a fleeting dream, overshadowed by the looming threat of his father. Demeter, the nurturing soul of the harvest, followed soon after. As she took her first breath, flowers bloomed in her wake, colors bursting forth like fireworks against the dull backdrop of chaos. Her heart was intertwined with the earth, and she understood the power of life and death better than most. Yet the bond she shared with her siblings was fragile, like a delicate vine, threatening to snap under too much weight. Her love for Hestia, Hera, and Poseidon was fierce, but the fear of losing them gnawed at her. Would they all be swept away by the flood of their father's wrath? Could she protect them from the man who had brought them into being, only to cast them aside? Hades, the shadowy figure who emerged last, felt different. He was not born of light, but of darkness, a being crafted from the depths of the earth. The air around him was heavy, thick with an unsettling quiet. He was a ruler of the underworld, a keeper of lost souls, and the weight of his fate felt like a shroud around him. While his siblings basked in the warmth of the sun, Hades found solace in the cool embrace of the shadows. Yet beneath his stoic demeanor lay a yearning, a desire for connection, for acceptance. Would he always be an outsider, forever dwelling in the realms of darkness while his siblings soared toward the light? In those moments of uncertainty and fear, a spark ignited within the hearts of the Olympians. They were not mere children of a tyrant. They were the embodiment of hope and rebellion. Together, they would rise against the darkness that threatened to swallow them whole. As Cronus continued to reign in his fortress of despair, the siblings conspired in whispers, huddled close like a circle of flame against the cold. Each shared their dreams, their fears, the vivid imaginings of what life could be like beyond the shadow of their father. Hestia spoke of a world filled with laughter and the smell of freshly baked bread, where families gathered around a warm fire, sharing stories and love. Hera envisioned a kingdom where women held power, respected and adored, not just as consorts to men, but as rulers in their own right. Poseidon's heart raced at the thought of commanding the ocean's depths, stirring the tides while crafting beautiful islands, a home for all. Demeter dreamt of lush fields filled with golden wheat and orchards heavy with fruit, providing sustenance for every person. And Hades, with a heavy sigh, shared his own hope, a realm where souls were honored, their stories told, where darkness became a part of life's cycle rather than something to be feared. The bonds they forged in those secret moments became unbreakable. As whispers turned into plans, courage ignited like wildfire in their souls, each feeling the thrill of rebellion, pulse through their veins. They would not let fear dictate their lives any longer. They would reclaim their destiny from the clutches of their father. But as they plotted and dreamed, a shadow loomed ever closer. Cronus, sensing the stirrings of his children, felt the flicker of his power wane. The ground beneath him trembled, foreshadowing the storm that was about to erupt. The air crackled with tension, the thrill of impending chaos hanging like a storm cloud, ready to burst. The moment was drawing near, when the Olympians would have to confront the darkness that sought to consume them. Each heartbeat resonated with the knowledge that they could either remain in the shadows or take their place in the light. The choice was theirs, and with it came the weight of destiny. As they looked into one another's eyes, a shared determination ignited. The birth of the Olympians was but the beginning. The true test awaited just beyond the horizon, and they would face it together, united against the shadows of their past. The sky darkened, swirling with ominous clouds, as the very fabric of existence trembled in anticipation of chaos. It was a time when the gods held dominion over the world, and yet, beneath the surface of their golden thrones, discontent brewed like a storm, ready to erupt. The Titans, once revered, were restless. They were the primordial giants, powerful beings who had shaped the earth, the sea, and the heavens. But the rise of the Olympians, led by the audacious Zeus, set the stage for a battle that would echo through eternity: the Titanomachy. Zeus, the youngest son of Cronus, felt the weight of his lineage pressing down on him. Cronus, a Titan himself, had swallowed each of his children, fearing they would overthrow him. But Rhea, desperate to save Zeus, hid him in a cave on Mount Ida. As the baby grew, so did his resolve. With the help of his siblings, Hestia, Hera, Demeter, Poseidon, and Hades, he would challenge the tyranny of Cronus and the Titans. The night before the battle, a haunting stillness enveloped the world. The air was thick with tension, as if nature itself held its breath. In the shadows, the Titans gathered, their eyes burning with ancient fury. Cronus, towering and formidable, rallied his brethren, each one a towering figure of power and strength. They were the embodiment of raw, primal force, and they intended to reclaim what they believed was rightfully theirs. Across the plain, Zeus prepared his own forces, gathering the loyalty of the Olympians and the freed Cyclopes, giants who once toiled in the depths of the earth. As the first rays of dawn broke through the horizon, the clash was inevitable. The earth shook as the two sides faced one another, the Titans with their brute strength and the Olympians with their cunning and strategy. The battle began like a storm unleashed. Zeus hurled his thunderbolts, bright arcs of light slicing through the dark sky, while Poseidon unleashed the fury of the seas, summoning waves that crashed upon the Titans like a relentless tide. The ground trembled as the Titans fought back, their sheer size and strength shaking the very earth beneath them. Each clash of titanic forces sent shockwaves that felt like the world was coming apart at the seams. Amidst the chaos, Hades, lord of the underworld, found himself in a fierce struggle against his uncle Atlas, a Titan charged with holding up the sky. With every ounce of strength, Hades fought, desperately trying to prove himself against the overwhelming might of his opponent. The shadows of the underworld whispered promises of vengeance and glory, urging him on as he wrestled for dominance. The Titans, driven by rage and desperation, channeled their ancient power into every blow. Hyperion, the Titan of light, clashed with Helios, the sun god, while Theia and Rhea rallied the other Titans in a desperate bid to turn the tide. Their voices, once melodies of creation, now roared battle cries, that shook the heavens. Blood stained the earth, mixing with the dust of ages as the once glorious Titans fell one by one. But amidst the chaos, an unexpected turn changed everything. The Cyclopes, grateful for their freedom, forged weapons for the Olympians imbued with unmatched power. Thunderbolts that crackled with energy, tridents that could split the sea, and helmets that granted invisibility. Each strike felt like destiny as Zeus wielded his new thunderbolt, unleashing a cataclysm that pierced through the Titan ranks. As the battle raged on, desperation painted the faces of the Titans. They fought valiantly, but Zeus and his siblings, fueled by hope and a vision of a new world, gradually began to dominate. With each Titan that fell, the air grew heavier with the scent of defeat, a bittersweet reminder of a bygone era. The clash of wills echoed through the hills, and even the skies wept for the lost glory of the Titans. Yet, it was not just strength that won the day. The Olympians fought with a fierce determination, not just for power, but for a world where they could thrive without fear of oppression. It was a battle for freedom, for a chance to carve their own destinies. The Titans may have been powerful, but the heart of the Olympians burned brighter, fueled by the promise of a new age. As the final Titan fell, a deafening silence enveloped the battlefield. The once unstoppable Titans lay defeated, their reign shattered. Zeus stood amidst the ruins, the weight of victory heavy on his shoulders. It was a bittersweet triumph, one forged in the crucible of blood and sacrifice. The sky cleared, and sunlight streamed down, illuminating the faces of the surviving Olympians. But victory came with a cost. As the dust settled, the aftermath of the Titanomachy unfolded like a tapestry woven with grief and loss. The Titans who had once been worshipped were cast into the depths of Tartarus, a dark prison where neither light nor hope could enter. Their cries echoed through the void, a haunting reminder of their downfall. The Olympians, now rulers of the cosmos, gazed upon the remnants of the battle. They had won, but at what price? With their victory, the world forever changed. The weight of their responsibility pressed heavily on their hearts. Zeus, now king of the gods, felt the burden of leadership keenly. He knew that the world would never again be the same. The balance of power had shifted, and the echoes of the Titanomachy would resonate through the ages, shaping the destinies of gods and mortals alike. In the quiet that followed the storm, the Olympians slowly rebuilt, crafting a new world where they could reign with justice and wisdom. Yet the shadows of the Titans loomed large, a reminder that power comes with unforeseen consequences. Even in their victory, doubts lingered. Would they become the tyrants they had overthrown? The uncertainty lingered in the air, a ghost of the past whispering warnings of hubris and pride. And so, as they ascended to their new thrones, the Olympians knew that their reign was only beginning. New challenges awaited as the earth reshaped itself under their rule. The stories of old would echo anew, intertwining with the lives of mortals who would come to worship them. The war may have ended, but the saga had only just begun, a tale of gods, power, and the relentless pursuit of dominance in a world forever altered. On a stormy night, the heavens churned with fury, clouds swirling like angry titans above the majestic peaks of Mount Olympus. With each crack of thunder, the world below trembled, as if nature itself bowed before the one who controlled the skies. Zeus, the king of the gods, stood tall upon his throne, a figure of both awe and dread. His piercing blue eyes held the weight of countless destinies, and his presence commanded reverence from all who dared to approach. Yet, even as the ruler of Mount Olympus, the path to order was fraught with chaos. The Titans, once the supreme rulers of the cosmos, had been vanquished, but their remnants lingered like shadows in the minds of the gods. The echoes of their defiance still whispered among the clouds, reminding Zeus of the fragile peace that hung in the air. He remembered the fierce battles fought on the plains of Phlegra, where the cries of warriors and the clash of steel had filled the atmosphere with a tension that seemed to crackle like lightning. It was this very tension that fueled his determination to establish a new order, one that would stand the test of time. As Zeus surveyed his domain, the radiant halls of Olympus shimmered with ethereal light, each corner adorned with treasures that spoke of triumph and glory. Yet, amidst the splendor, there was unrest. Hera, his queen, carried an expression that could freeze rivers. Her jealousy, always simmering beneath the surface, threatened to boil over. The other gods, too, watched Zeus with wary eyes, each one calculating their own place in the hierarchy he was establishing. He understood their fears. They felt the tremors of change beneath their feet, and change often births conflict. Zeus rose from his throne, the weight of his crown resting heavily on his brow. He summoned his brothers, Poseidon and Hades, to gather in the grand hall. Their arrival brought an air of anticipation, each step echoing the promise of power and the potential for discord. The walls seemed to vibrate with unspoken words, the very essence of Olympus holding its breath. "Brothers," Zeus began, his voice resonating like thunder across the chamber. "The time has come for us to forge a new beginning. The Titans may be defeated, but their legacy lingers. We must not allow chaos to creep into our realm. It is our duty to ensure that order prevails." Poseidon, god of the sea, shifted uneasily, the crest of a wave reflecting in his eyes. "And what of the mortals?" he asked, his voice low and contemplative. "They are prone to chaos themselves. Will they not challenge our reign?" Hades, the lord of the underworld, leaned forward, a smirk playing on his lips. "Let them challenge us, brother. Mortals are but fleeting shadows in the grand tapestry of existence. They fear death, yet it is I who hold sway over their final breath. Their chaos is not ours to control." Zeus felt a fire ignite within him. The tension in the room thickened as he spoke. "We must unite, not only to rule but to guide. The mortals need us to show them the path of righteousness. They need to understand the consequences of their actions. And so, we shall establish a council, one that oversees the balance between their world and ours." As his words settled over the assembly, a gust of wind swept through the hall, carrying with it whispers of discontent. The other gods exchanged wary glances. Hera, her arms crossed tightly, stepped forward. "And who shall lead this council?" "Will it not be a reflection of your own desires, Zeus? We are not pawns in your game." The challenge hung in the air, crackling with electricity. Zeus's heart raced. He knew he stood on a precipice. One misstep could send everything spiraling into discord. "Trust in my judgment, my queen. Together we will ensure that Olympus does not fall into the same traps that ensnared the Titans. We must be vigilant." But even as he spoke, doubt flickered in his mind. The council would bring them all together, but it also exposed the fractures in their bonds. Would they trust him enough to follow, or would jealousy and ambition pull them apart? The weight of leadership felt like chains around his soul. The sky outside rumbled, reflecting the brewing storm within the hearts of the gods. The winds howled, and the first raindrops began to fall. Each drop was a reminder of the elements Zeus commanded, a symbol of his power. Yet, He could not shake the feeling that the tempest was a warning. Could he truly maintain order, or would the winds of discord sweep through Olympus, unraveling everything he sought to build? In that moment, he felt a surge of urgency. We shall meet again at dawn. Prepare yourselves, for we must decide our future. I will not let Olympus fall into chaos. His voice rang out, echoing off the marble pillars like a battle cry. As the gods departed, the atmosphere crackled with tension. Zeus stood alone, grappling with the weight of his responsibility. Outside, the storm intensified, rain lashing against the stones like the thrumming of a heartbeat. Each drop seemed to resonate with the doubts swirling in his mind. In the distance, a figure emerged from the shadows, the goddess Athena, wise and fierce, her presence radiating strength. "You carry the burden of the world on your shoulders, Zeus," she said softly, her voice a soothing balm against the tempest. "But be wary. Power without wisdom can lead to ruin. The mortals will test you, and so will your own kin." Her warning hung in the air like a fragile thread, binding them together in a moment of shared understanding. Zeus nodded, feeling the gravity of her words. The dawn would bring new challenges, and the council was but the beginning of a greater struggle, a struggle not only against the remnants of chaos, but also against the very nature of those he called his family. As the storm raged on, Zeus clenched his fists, resolute. He would not falter. He would rise to the challenge, not only as their king, but as a protector of balance and order. With a final glance at the stormy sky, he prepared himself for the dawn. The winds whispered promises of trials ahead, but in his heart a fire burned brightly, igniting a determination that would drive him forward into the inevitable storm. In the shadow of Mount Olympus, a tempest brewed, not just in the heavens above, but within the very soul of Hera, the majestic queen of the gods. A profound silence enveloped her throne room, broken only by the faint rustle of her golden robe as she shifted, eyes burning with a mix of fury and heartbreak. The air crackled with tension, thick with the knowledge of betrayals and vows unkept, echoing the tumult of her heart. Hera was more than just the goddess of marriage and family. She was the fierce protector of all that was sacred to her. Yet, behind her regal facade lay a tangled web of complex relationships that shaped her existence. The whispers of the gods and mortals alike painted her as the jealous wife, the relentless avenger. But there was so much more to the queen who ruled from the heights of Olympus. In her heart, love and rage danced a delicate waltz, sometimes in harmony, often in conflict. Her relationship with Zeus, her brother and husband, was the core of her tumultuous life. Their union, forged in the fires of divine destiny, had once been a symbol of unity. Yet, the laughter that once echoed between them had long since faded, replaced by the bitter sting of betrayal. Zeus, with his charm and power, often wandered the realms, lured by the beauty of countless other goddesses and mortal women. Each affair was a dagger to Hera's heart, leaving her to grapple with pain and the necessity of vengeance. It was in the quiet moments, when she would gaze into the stars, that her tears would fall, tempered by the weight of her unyielding pride. Though she wore her crown with dignity, within her a storm raged. The tales of her retribution against Zeus's lovers and their illegitimate offspring were legendary. She transformed the beautiful Io into a heifer, tormented by the ever-watchful Argus, and turned the once revered mortal women into mere shadows of their former selves. Each act of vengeance was not simply a punishment. It was an echo of her own suffering, a way to reclaim a power she felt slipping through her fingers. The fire in her heart flickered, fueled by both love and anger, a fierce reminder of the complexity of her emotions. But her relationships extended beyond the walls of Olympus and the betrayal of Zeus. Hera's bond with her children, particularly Ares, the god of war, was equally intricate. Though she birthed him, she often viewed him with disdain. Ares embodied chaos and destruction, traits she felt were unbecoming of a true god. Each clash between them was intense, a battle of wills that reverberated across the divine realms. The silence after their arguments was deafening, a heavy reminder of the love she struggled to express, weighed down by her expectations and the fear of his destiny. In stark contrast, her relationship with Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship and fire, stirred a different kind of emotion. Born with a physical deformity, Hephaestus bore the brunt of Hera's disappointment, leading her to cast him from Olympus. The act was not merely cruel. It was the manifestation of her own struggles with acceptance and the unrealistic standards she felt compelled to uphold. Over time, her heart softened, and she sought to mend the bond with her son, but the scars of their past lingered like an unwelcome ghost. Hephaestus, in his forge, poured his pain into his creations, a silent reminder of the love they both yearned for, yet found so hard to express. As the days turned to nights on Olympus, Hera's role as the protector of marriage became a double-edged sword. She strived to uphold sacred unions, yet the very symbol of marriage was marred by her husband's infidelities. The laughter of weddings echoed around her, yet it served as a constant reminder of her own heartbreak. Each celebration was bittersweet, filled with the joy of others, while she wrestled with her own despair. In her dreams, she envisioned a world where loyalty reigned, where love was pure and untainted by betrayal. Yet, the reality was a harsh reminder of the imperfections that plagued even the divine. Her relationships with the other Olympians were equally complex. Athena, born from Zeus alone, symbolized a bond untainted by the chaos of Hera's life. Yet, in her wisdom, Athena represented everything Hera longed for, but could never fully attain. The tension between wisdom and wrath danced like fireflies in the night, illuminating the corners of Hera's heart, where jealousy and admiration entwined. The goddess of wisdom often stood as a counterbalance to Hera's emotional storms, a reminder that there was more to divinity than vengeance. And then there was Demeter, the goddess of the harvest, who shared the weight of motherhood with Hera. Their friendship was a sanctuary, a place where the burdens of being a goddess could be set aside, if only for a moment. Together, they wove stories of love, loss, and the eternal bond between mothers and their children. Yet, even in their camaraderie, competition lingered like a shadow, a reminder that even the strongest friendships could be tested in the realm of gods. As the sun dipped beyond the horizon, the darkness enveloped Olympus, casting a haunting glow over Hera's throne. She stood at the edge of her balcony, gazing down at the world below, where mortals lived their lives, often unaware of the divine struggles that shaped their destinies. Her heart, a turbulent sea, churned with the weight of her experiences and relationships. She was a queen, a warrior, a mother, a complex tapestry woven with threads of love, sorrow, and unending strength. In that moment, Hera felt the cold wind against her skin, a whisper of the storms yet to come. The night held no promises, only the uncertainty of what lay ahead. The ties that bound her to Zeus, her children, and the other gods were both her greatest strength and her deepest pain. As she turned away from the balcony, the flickering torches cast long shadows, a stark reminder of the battles that had been fought and those still looming on the horizon. The tale of Hera, the queen of the gods, was far from over. It was a story that would continue to unfold, laden with passion, heartbreak, and the eternal quest for love amidst the chaos of Olympus. The storm raged like a wild beast, thrashing the waves against the jagged cliffs. Lightning flashed, illuminating the tumultuous ocean, while thunder roared like 1,000 angry giants. In the midst of this chaos stood Poseidon, his figure towering above the cresting waves, a trident clasped tightly in his mighty hand. As the god of the sea, he was not merely a guardian of waters, he was the embodiment of the ocean's fury and its boundless beauty. Poseidon's domain was vast and immeasurable, stretching far beyond human understanding. The depths of the ocean held mysteries that no sailor could fathom, treasures that glittered like stars hidden beneath the waves, and creatures of unimaginable form and size. His realm swayed like the tides, constantly shifting and changing with the pull of the moon. Each wave told a story, each tide whispered secrets, and Poseidon was the omnipotent storyteller, weaving tales of love, loss, and vengeance. As the winds howled, he raised his trident, summoning the might of the tempest. It was said that the very seas bowed to him, and in this moment one could almost hear the lament of shipwrecked souls echoing through the crashing waves. The ocean had its own heartbeat, and Poseidon was its fierce protective pulse. Sailors feared his wrath. They offered sacrifices, casting gold and silver into the depths, hoping to appease the god who ruled over their fates. Yet, it was also Poseidon's laughter that could be heard in the gentle lapping of waves on a sunlit shore, a reminder that he was both a fierce protector and a benevolent guardian. His underwater palace, adorned with shimmering coral and glistening pearls, was a wonder in itself. It was a place of unimaginable beauty, inhabited by sea nymphs and other divine beings. There, Poseidon ruled with authority, commanding the fish and creatures of the sea to heed his call. His chariot, drawn by magnificent horses that appeared as if crafted from the very foam of the ocean, raced across the surface, creating waves that would swell and crash against distant shores. Yet shadows lingered in Poseidon's heart. For every tranquil moment, there existed the threat of chaos. Centuries of rivalry with his brother Zeus had forged a tension that coursed through the heavens and the sea. Each clash of thunder could be felt beneath the waves, a reminder that even gods were not exempt from conflict. The siblings' battles were legendary. The stories echoed throughout ancient Greece, leaving whispers of unresolved strife in their wake. As Poseidon surveyed his kingdom, he felt the weight of his role. He was more than just a ruler. He was a protector of the innocent, a punisher of the arrogant. Legends told of sailors who challenged his authority, only to be met with the wrath of the ocean's fury. Ships would disappear into the depths, their wood splintering against the rocks, as Poseidon unleashed storms that turned calm seas into turbulent chaos. Yet for those who honored him, who respected the sea's power, he was a guardian, guiding them safely to shore. But not all tales of Poseidon were steeped in fear. His love for the beautiful Amphitrite, the queen of the sea, was legendary, filled with passion and longing. Their union brought forth the enchanting Tritons and Nereids, beings who swam gracefully through the waters, embodying the harmony of Poseidon's world. His affection for Amphitrite was unwavering, and their story was one that evoked sighs of longing, a reminder that even the mightiest of gods could experience the soft, tender touch of love. One could almost picture Poseidon standing upon the cliff's edge as he watched the golden sun dip below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the restless sea. In that moment of quiet reflection, the chaos of the storm receded, and he felt a connection to every sailor who had ever sailed the waters he called home. He understood their fears and dreams, their quests for adventure, and the longing for safe harbor. It was this connection that fueled his power, a bond between the divine and the mortal that transcended the waves. But darkness still loomed over the ocean, a shadow cast by the ambitions of mortals who sought to conquer the sea. They built ships of great size and strength, daring to challenge the depths, unaware that they were dancing on the edge of Poseidon's wrath. As the tides shifted with the moon, so did his mood. In moments of calm, he would watch the brave souls navigate the waters, but when arrogance took hold, he would unleash his fury, reminding them that the ocean was not to be trifled with. In the swirling depths, whispers of ancient prophecies lingered. Tales of a hero who would one day confront him, who would either bring peace or chaos. Poseidon felt the weight of these prophecies, knowing that change would come, and with it, a reckoning that could reshape the very fabric of his existence. The ocean was alive, a force of nature that could not be contained, and he was its fierce protector. Every wave that crashed upon the shore held a portent, a reminder that even gods could not escape the flow of time. Just then, a distant cry broke through the silence, pulling Poseidon from his thoughts. A ship appeared on the horizon, struggling against the rising winds. The crew, with desperation in their eyes, fought against the swell of the ocean. Poseidon's heart quickened. Would it be another tale of disaster, or could he find compassion in his heart for these brave souls? He faced a choice, one that could either preserve his wrath or show them the mercy of the sea. As he raised his trident, the ocean responded, swirling in a dance of danger and beauty. The ship teetered on the edge of survival, its sails flapping wildly. Would Poseidon calm the storm and guide them to safety, or would he unleash the fury that lay within the depths of the ocean? The air crackled with tension, and the sea itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the decision of the mighty god. Every soul on board felt the weight of his gaze, a reminder that to navigate the waters of Poseidon was to dance with fate itself. And so, the tale continued, the storm brewing above and the ocean whispering secrets below, a never-ending story woven through time and tide. In the shadowy corners of the ancient world, whispers of a realm untouched by sunlight filled the air. Hades, the underworld, was a place where the living dared not tread, a dark domain where souls whispered their final farewells. It was a land of muted colors and haunting echoes, where the air hung heavy with stories of love, loss, and longing. Here, the earth's heartbeat faded and time lost its meaning. Among the many tales that drifted through the ages, one emerged from the depths, captivating hearts with its bitter-sweet allure: the myth of Persephone. The young goddess, with her radiant beauty and cheerful spirit, roamed the earth, bringing life to the flowers that bloomed and the trees that swayed. But it was her innocence that caught the eye of Hades, the dark ruler of the underworld, who awaited the moment when he could claim her for himself. On a bright spring day, when flowers danced in the gentle breeze and bees hummed a joyous tune, Persephone wandered into a meadow, blissfully unaware of the lurking shadows. It was then that the ground trembled, and from the depths of the earth, Hades emerged in his chariot, drawn by shimmering black horses. The moment their eyes met, a spark ignited, a mix of fear and undeniable attraction. He reached out to her, his voice a velvet echo that promised power and mystery. And in that instant, the world around her faded. "Come with me," he urged, his gaze unwavering, "to a place where you will reign as queen." But in that offer lay a haunting truth. The beauty of the underworld was deceptive, a realm of great sorrow and equally great power. It was a place where souls wandered, not just from the living, but from the forgotten, the lost, and the heartbroken. Persephone felt the weight of his words, like chains forged from the very essence of the earth. She hesitated, a breath caught in her throat, as branches of blooming flowers draped around her like a protective shroud. In that moment of indecision, the earth cracked open, swallowing her whole. Hades took her hand, and with one swift motion, they descended into the darkness, leaving behind the sunlit world she had always known. The flowers wilted above, their vibrant colors fading to gray, as Persephone found herself enveloped in shadows, where the air chilled and the echo of her laughter faded into silence. The underworld was a vast expanse filled with the spirits of the deceased, their faces a mixture of sorrow and longing. As Persephone stepped into Hades' domain, she was struck by the eerie beauty that surrounded her. Crumbling columns, vast chambers, and a river that glistened under the dim light. Here, the lost souls murmured stories of their lives, their regrets floating like mist, and Persephone felt a deep pang of empathy for them. Yet, the allure of Hades was undeniable. His presence was magnetic, and despite the fear that gripped her, she felt drawn to him. He showed her the wonders of his kingdom, the fields of asphodel, where souls wandered in peace, and the Elysian fields, a paradise reserved for the heroic and virtuous. Each sight filled her with awe, yet a sadness lingered, like a distant echo that refused to fade. Days turned to weeks, and as time unraveled, Persephone began to understand the complexities of love and power. Hades, often misunderstood and feared, revealed his vulnerabilities, sharing tales of loneliness that tugged at her heartstrings. Beneath the layers of darkness, she glimpsed the longing for connection, for someone to understand the weight he carried, the burden of being the lord of the dead. Yet, beneath the surface, a storm brewed. Demeter, Persephone's mother, felt the chill of her daughter's absence and searched the earth with desperation. The goddess of the harvest she mourned, and with every tear she shed, the world above turned barren. Flowers withered, crops failed. The earth, once vibrant with life, fell into despair. As the sun dimmed, the balance of life hung precariously, and Persephone felt the tug of her heart, a pull towards her mother that could not be ignored. She was the embodiment of spring, and without her, life itself faltered. On the 13th day, when the moon shone brightly, Persephone made her choice. She stood before Hades, her heart heavy with the weight of two worlds. "I must return," she said softly, her voice trembling. "My mother needs me." Hades felt a cold sting in his heart. The thought of losing her was a darkness he could not bear. He reached out, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear, his eyes pleading. "You cannot leave me to this eternal night," he whispered, vulnerability spilling from his lips. Tears glistened in her eyes as she wrestled with the bitter truth. Their love was real, yet bound by the chains of fate. With every heartbeat, she felt the earth beneath her stir, a reminder of the life she could not abandon. Their gazes locked, and in that moment, a silent understanding passed between them. She would return, but a part of her would always remain. Hades, the god of the underworld, would forever be intertwined with the goddess of spring. As she stepped towards the light, he felt the warmth of her presence fade, replaced by the chilling reality of his solitude. In the world above, flowers began to bloom once more, and the sun pierced through the gray clouds, bringing life back to the earth. But in the depths of the underworld, shadows lingered, heavy with the memory of their shared moments. The laughter, the whispered secrets, the love that defied the darkness. And so, the cycle began anew. Each year, Persephone would return to her mother, bringing spring in her wake, only to descend once more into the depths of Hades for the winter months. As the seasons turned, so too did the hearts of those who heard their tale, a haunting reminder that love, even when touched by darkness, could never truly die. The air thickened with emotion, a bittersweet longing that echoed through time, binding together the worlds of the living and the dead, where light and shadow danced in an eternal embrace. The fields rolled like an endless ocean, waves of golden grains swaying in the gentle breeze. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a warm glow over the land, Demeter stood watch, her heart swelling with love for the earth she nurtured. She was a mother in every sense of the word, devoted to her children, the crops that flourished under her care. With each seed that broke through the soil, she felt a flicker of joy, a reminder of life's delicate balance. But this joy was often shadowed by a gnawing fear. In her dreams, she saw the earth barren, the fields cracked and dry, the promise of harvest stolen away. The laughter of children echoed in her mind, but quickly faded into haunting silence. Demeter's spirit was intertwined with the rhythm of the seasons, a dance that celebrated life but also grieved loss. The cycle of planting and reaping was sacred, yet the stakes were high, and her heart was heavy with responsibility. Each spring, when the buds pushed their way through the frost-kissed ground, she felt the thrill of rebirth. Farmers would gather in her honor, offering thanks to the goddess who gifted them sustenance. The air buzzed with excitement as children ran through the newly sprouted fields, their laughter mingling with the songs of birds returning from their winter retreats. Demeter watched them with pride, her heart swelling with hope. Yet, an undercurrent of sorrow lingered, a reminder of her beloved daughter, Persephone, who had been taken into the dark underworld by Hades, the god of the dead. With every season that passed, Demeter's grief deepened. She knew all too well the pain of separation, especially when the very essence of life was rooted in the soil beneath her feet. When Persephone descended into the shadows, the world turned cold and lifeless. Winter wrapped the earth in a shroud of despair, and Demeter wept for the loss of her joy, her light. The once vibrant fields lay still, and the people turned to her in desperation, their crops withering away. They prayed for her return, for the promise of the harvest, but without Persephone, the earth was a barren canvas. In her sorrow, Demeter roamed the land, a vision of despair and resilience. She wandered through villages, her heart heavy with the weight of her duty, yet she could not give up. As she walked, whispers followed her, stories of old that spoke of a time when the earth bloomed eternal. Her presence was felt in the cool breeze, the rustle of leaves, and the warmth of the sun. Yet, even the most serene moments were pierced by an ache that wouldn't fade, but hope glimmered like the first stars of evening. When Persephone eventually emerged from the underworld, the earth shuddered with life and light. Demeter's heart leaped with joy and the world transformed as if awakening from a long, dark nightmare. Flowers burst into bloom, and birds filled the sky with their jubilant songs. It was as if the earth itself rejoiced, celebrating the reunion of mother and daughter. The fields danced with color, a vibrant tapestry of life painted across the landscape, a testament to their bond. Yet, as sweet as the reunion was, the cycle remained unbroken. For every joyous spring, there would follow a winter of sorrow. Demeter and Persephone understood this dance of life and death, a rhythm that echoed through time itself. They moved together through the seasons, bound by love yet forever, marked by the shadows of their separation. The years turned like pages in a book, each season a chapter filled with laughter, tears, and the unyielding passage of time. Demeter's heart grew both fuller and heavier as the memories of her daughter swirled around her like petals in the wind. With each harvest, she felt both the thrill of abundance and the creeping dread of loss. The festivals celebrating the harvest were vibrant and lively, filled with feasts and laughter, but the lingering emptiness in her heart often dulled the joy. Each celebration was a reminder of the fleeting nature of happiness, an echo of the void that winter would always bring. So, she poured her heart into her work, nurturing the land with every ounce of love she possessed. She made sure the farmers had what they needed, guiding them with wisdom passed down through generations. The people revered her, not just as a goddess, but as a mother who understood their struggles and their joys. She became a symbol of hope, the very embodiment of resilience, a figure they turned to in times of hardship. But beneath the surface of this reverence lay an unspoken fear. What if the balance shifted once more? What if the earth fell silent again? The thought gripped Demeter with cold fingers, twisting in her chest like a thorn. Despite the bright colors of spring and the laughter ringing through the fields, the memories of loss loomed ever present, like shadows cast by a setting sun. And so it continued, this endless cycle of joy and sorrow, life and death, the seasons turning like the pages of an ancient book. The fields flourished under Demeter's watchful eye, yet the goddess remained ever aware of the fragility of happiness. Each harvest brought a bittersweet reminder of her love for Persephone, a love that could both bring life to the earth and plunge it into darkness. In the quiet moments, when the fields lay still beneath a blanket of stars, Demeter often found herself whispering to the night sky. She would call upon the spirits of the land, pleading for balance, for strength, and for the love that could endure even in the face of separation. The air around her shimmered with a magic that was both ancient and alive, a connection to the past and future. As the whispers of spring beckoned once more, the tension between joy and despair hung heavily in the air. The smell of fresh earth, the promise of new life, and the weight of memories all intertwined, creating a tapestry rich with emotion. Demeter knew the dance was far from over. The cycle was relentless, an eternal loop that would intertwine their fates with every turning season. And in the depths of her soul, she understood that through it all, amidst the laughter of harvests and the sorrow of winters, there would always be love. It was a love that transcended time, a bond that could weather any storm. The earth pulsed with this love, and as long as she stood among the fields, nurturing the land and honoring her daughter, the cycle would continue, weaving their stories deep into the fabric of existence. On a clear day, the sun cast a gentle glow on the Acropolis, illuminating the majestic Parthenon, standing proud against the azure sky. This was the birthplace of a goddess, a sanctuary that whispered tales of ancient power and wisdom. Athena, the daughter of Zeus, was not born in the ordinary way. Her arrival into the world was nothing short of miraculous. Out of her father's forehead, she emerged fully grown, clad in armor, a shield in one hand and a spear in the other, as if she had been waiting for this moment for eons, destined to be both warrior and sage. As the winds swept through the olive trees surrounding the city, they carried stories of her birth. It had all begun with a prophecy that sent shivers down the spine of the king of gods himself. A child born to Metis, the goddess of wisdom, would surpass her father, and Zeus, terrified of being overthrown, took extreme measures. In an act of desperation, he swallowed Metis whole, believing this would extinguish the threat. But little did he know, his decision would only lead to the birth of a goddess who would embody both wisdom and strength. Athena's arrival was like a thunderclap in a serene sky. As she burst forth from Zeus's head, a cacophony of chaos erupted, a fusion of divine energy that resonated across Olympus. The other gods, witnessing this spectacle, were awestruck. Here stood a being like no other, a symbol of intellect and strategy, ready to shape the destiny of mortals. The world trembled at her feet, and the air crackled with expectation. The citizens of Athens, unaware of the drama that unfolded on Mount Olympus, had their own fears and hopes. The city was embroiled in conflict, a rivalry with neighboring Megara that threatened to engulf them in strife. The need for a protector was palpable, a guardian who could usher in peace and wisdom. As if answering a silent call, Athena descended upon the city, her presence radiating calm amidst the storm. The moment she set foot in Athens, a wondrous transformation began. She stood on the Acropolis, overlooking the bustling streets filled with artisans, merchants, and philosophers. A brilliant light surrounded her, illuminating the path for those who sought knowledge. Among the crowd, a sculptor named Phidias looked up, his hands stained with clay, and felt a surge of inspiration. It was as if the goddess breathed life into his creations, stirring emotions he had never known. As Athena walked among the people, she listened to their concerns. A farmer spoke of drought, a merchant lamented over lost business, and a soldier yearned for victory in battle. They poured out their hearts, and Athena's wisdom flowed through them, planting seeds of hope. She offered not just solutions, but insights, urging them to think and strategize rather than act impulsively. Soon, the citizens began to realize that they were not merely followers of a goddess. They were participants in a larger narrative, one that demanded their active engagement. Then came the moment that would etch her name into history, a contest with Poseidon, the god of the sea. Both deities desired to be the patron of the city. The stakes were immense, as the winner would provide a gift to the Athenians, one that would define their legacy. Poseidon, with his mighty trident, struck the ground, creating a saltwater spring. His gift represented power and naval supremacy, a promise of riches from the ocean. The crowd gasped, captivated by the display of force, but Athena, calm and collected, took a different approach. She knelt and planted an olive tree, its branches stretching wide, symbolizing peace and prosperity. The spectators marveled at her gift, understanding the deeper meaning behind it. It wasn't just about wealth, it was about a sustainable future. The olive tree would provide food, oil, and wood, nurturing the people for generations. In that moment, they felt a bond with the goddess, a connection that transcended fear and greed. The tension in the air was thick as the crowd awaited the final decision. The elders, wise and experienced, gathered to deliberate. The scales tipped in favor of Athena. Her gift resonated with the hearts of the people. They cheered her name, their voices rising like a triumphant anthem. Poseidon, his pride wounded, retreated to the sea, leaving Athens to the goddess who understood them best. Athena was not merely a protector. She became the very soul of the city. The people built temples in her honor, and the Parthenon stood as a testament to her legacy, a symbol of wisdom that would inspire countless generations. Artisans sculpted her likeness, depicting her fierce yet compassionate nature, while philosophers wrote eloquently about her ideals. All around Athens, the goddess's influence blossomed, weaving through the fabric of daily life, igniting a passion for knowledge, justice, and civic duty. The air buzzed with excitement and a palpable sense of purpose. Schools were founded, where young minds were encouraged to think critically and engage in spirited debate. The agora came alive with discussion and discovery. With every passing day, the citizens of Athens thrived under Athena's watchful eye. They crafted laws that emphasized fairness and equality, laying the groundwork for democracy itself. But as the years turned, not all was tranquil. Shadows lingered, and the threat of war loomed over the horizon, a reminder of the fragility of peace. Outside the city walls, rival city-states plotted, and whispers of betrayal echoed through the streets. Athena, ever vigilant, sensed the unrest. She rallied her people, urging them to come together, to harness their collective strength. "Trust in wisdom," she would say, her voice resonating with authority and compassion. "In unity lies our greatest power." With her guidance, Athens stood tall against adversity, embodying the spirit of resilience. The goddess became a beacon of hope, igniting a fire in the hearts of her people. They looked to her for inspiration, and in their gaze, she saw not just worshippers, but collaborators in a grand design. Athena's influence permeated every layer of society, and her tale became intertwined with that of Athens itself, an unbreakable bond forged in the crucible of time. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the city, the echoes of laughter and conversation filled the air. In the twilight, Athena watched over her beloved Athens, knowing that the seeds of wisdom she had sown would continue to flourish. Her heart swelled with pride, yet she remained humble, aware that her journey was far from over. The winds of change were stirring, and challenges loomed on the horizon, waiting to test the mettle of the city she had sworn to protect. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue across the ancient Greek landscape, where shadows danced in the flickering light. At that moment, a figure stood tall, radiating a brilliance that seemed to rival the very sun itself. Apollo, the divine embodiment of light and music, was not merely a god, but a promise, a beacon of hope, wisdom, and prophecy. Those who gazed upon him felt something stir deep within, a mix of awe and longing. The world around him pulsed with energy, as if the very air itself vibrated with the melodies of his lyre, echoing through valleys and over mountains. As the wind whispered secrets through the olive trees, tales of Apollo's unmatched talents filled the streets. In Delphi, the sacred site where he spoke through the Pythia, the air crackled with anticipation. It was said that Apollo could see beyond the veil of time, revealing glimpses of what was yet to come. His prophecies were cherished, sought after by kings and commoners alike, each eager to catch a glimpse of the future woven into the fabric of existence. The thrill of uncertainty electrified every heart that dared to approach the oracle, for in her trance, Apollo's voice became the very thread of fate. Each prophecy came with a weight, heavy with implications, as sharp and exhilarating as the first note played on a lyre. Villagers gathered, eyes wide, hearts pounding, as they listened to the oracle's cryptic messages. "Beware the man with two faces," she would utter, her voice a haunting melody that sent shivers down spines. The crowd would lean in closer, each word a key unlocking the mystique surrounding their lives. The power of Apollo surged through the air, a sweet nectar that both thrilled and terrified. But Apollo was not merely a figure of prophecy. He was a master of music, wielding it like a sword that could cut through the very fabric of despair. His lyre, crafted by Hermes himself, was more than an instrument. It was an extension of his soul, capable of stirring emotions buried deep within even the hardest of hearts. When Apollo played, the world paused. The soft plucking of strings could summon joy or evoke tears, painting emotions with every note. It was a divine language, spoken only by the gods, yet understood by all. In the grand halls of Olympus, the other gods marveled at his skill. Dionysus, with laughter echoing in the air, challenged him to a musical contest, their rivalry legendary. The competition drew the attention of all, from majestic Zeus to graceful Artemis, each eager to witness the clash of titans. As the first notes rang out, the heavens seemed to hold their breath. Apollo's music flowed like a river, powerful and pure, while Dionysus's melodies danced like wild vines, intoxicating and chaotic. The tension crackled as the audience swayed, caught in the spell of their divine artistry. Yet, beneath the brilliance, Apollo bore the weight of unfulfilled desires. Love eluded him, slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. Many had tried to capture his heart, but none succeeded. The tragic tale of Daphne echoed through the ages, a reminder of how the goddess of the hunt fled from his advances, leaving Apollo with a heart heavy with longing. The pursuit became a haunting melody, a bittersweet refrain that lingered long after the music faded. He chased her through the woods, calling her name, but she transformed into a laurel tree, a symbol of unattainable love. The sight of her, forever rooted in place, filled him with both pride and sorrow, a reminder that even the mightiest gods could not command the heart. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold. A gathering storm loomed on the horizon, reflecting the inner turmoil of the god. Apollo stood on the cliffs overlooking the sea, the waves crashing below like the tumult of his own emotions. With each crash, the memories of lost love and unrecognized talent surged within him. He strummed his lyre, pouring his heart into the strings, each note echoing across the water, seeking solace. The winds carried his music far and wide, reaching the ears of mortals who felt the pull of his emotions. In a small village, a young girl with dreams of singing stood at her window, her heart racing as the notes reached her. The melody wrapped around her like a warm embrace, igniting a spark of hope within her. She felt a connection, as if Apollo himself were calling her to rise above the ordinary. Driven by a fire she couldn't understand, she slipped out into the night, her spirit intertwined with the divine. As the storm gathered strength, news swept through the land of a great danger approaching, a monstrous serpent sent by the vengeful goddess Hera to destroy Delphi. Panic spread like wildfire, and the people turned to Apollo, their protector. The stakes were high, the tension palpable. This was not merely a battle for survival, it was a test of his strength as a god. Would he rise to the occasion, or would he falter under the weight of expectation? With determination igniting his spirit, Apollo took to the skies in his chariot, pulled by radiant horses. their manes shining like the sun. The wind whipped through his hair, adrenaline coursing through his veins as he approached the battlefield. The serpent writhed menacingly, its scales glinting like dark jewels against the pale earth. Fear gripped the hearts of those who watched, but Apollo, undaunted, summoned the power of his music. The air thickened with anticipation as he lifted his lyre, each pluck of the strings transforming fear into courage. The melody rang out, piercing through the chaotic air, enchanting the beast. The thunderous clash of sound and fury filled the space between them, a battle not just of might, but of resonance. Apollo's music intertwined with the serpent's hisses, creating a symphony of chaos. But Apollo's passion surged, his heart ignited with purpose, driving him to weave a melody that echoed through the ages. With one final triumphant note, he unleashed his power, and the serpent fell, defeated and silenced. As the dust settled and the sun rose again, a brightness enveloped the land, a testament to Apollo's triumph. But even in victory, there remained a haunting echo, the bittersweet reminder of his unfulfilled desires and the relentless pursuit of something just out of reach. The people hailed him, their voices rising in joyous celebration. Yet, he stood apart, his heart still yearning. Apollo was the god of light, music, and prophecy, a force of nature, yet his journey was far from over, and the music of his life continued to play, weaving an intricate tapestry of love, loss, and the eternal quest for belonging. The moon hung high in the night sky, a silver coin spinning against a backdrop of velvet black, and whispers of the wind carried tales of a goddess who roamed the wilds, fierce and untamed. Artemis, the huntress, moved silently through the shadows, her presence stirring the air like a cool breeze on a warm summer night. She was a figure of awe and power, her bow slung across her shoulder, a quiver of arrows resting at her hip, each one destined to fly true. In her eyes burned a flame of independence, a longing for freedom that echoed in the hearts of those who dared to dream. Artemis was not just a goddess of the hunt. She was the protector of the wilderness, a guardian of the vulnerable. The forests whispered her name, and every rustle in the underbrush was a reminder of her watchful gaze. As she hunted beneath the silvery light, the soft glow of the moon illuminated her path, casting ethereal shadows that danced around her. There was a story here, a tangled web of ambition, loyalty, and the fragile nature of life. One fateful night, Artemis found herself drawn to the edge of a tranquil lake, its surface shimmering like glass, reflecting the stars above. The air felt electric, charged with tension, as if the world held its breath. She knelt at the water's edge, her fingers trailing through the cool surface, awakening forgotten memories of childhood. Tales of her twin brother, Apollo, floated through her thoughts. His laughter, their games, the bond they shared, unbroken even by time. But the weight of destiny hung heavy on her shoulders. Artemis had chosen the path of the hunt, shunning the confines of marriage and motherhood, forging her identity in the wild. As she watched the moonlight dance upon the lake, visions of those who would be lost to her flooded her mind. The hunter in her felt the pang of sorrow for prey, yet she also reveled in the thrill of the chase. It was an eternal balance, life and death entwined like a lover's embrace. Suddenly, the tranquility shattered. A rustling in the bushes made her heart race. In an instant she was on her feet, bow drawn tight, instincts flaring. The tension hung in the air, a taut string ready to snap. Out of the shadows emerged a magnificent stag, its antlers reaching toward the heavens, a creature embodying grace and strength. Artemis felt her breath catch, the primal urge to hunt clashing with a deep-seated respect for the majesty of the beast. There was something sacred in this moment, an understanding that transcended words. She lowered her bow, allowing the stag to gaze back at her, its dark eyes reflecting the light of the moon. In that fleeting instant, the lines blurred. Hunter and hunted, goddess and creature, each acknowledging the other as equal. But not all would understand this fragile balance. Tales of her fierce independence had reached the ears of those who sought to control her. Those who could not fathom a woman standing alone, unyielding against the tide of tradition. Some whispered of envy, others spoke of fear. Artemis had made enemies, a fact that lingered like a shadow, a reminder of the challenges that lay ahead. The huntress was not just a figure of power, but a symbol of defiance. And with that defiance came a price. As the night deepened, a sense of foreboding coiled around Artemis like a serpent ready to strike. She felt eyes upon her, hidden in the darkness, malevolent forces lurking beyond the trees. A shiver coursed through her, not from fear, but from the instinctual knowledge that danger was close. The moon, ever her ally, began to dim, the clouds veiling its glow, casting the world into uncertainty. In the distance, a cry echoed through the night, sharp, piercing, echoing the call of a hunter in distress. Artemis's heart raced. She recognized the cry of a fellow huntress, one of her loyal companions, who had ventured too deep into the woods. In an instant, the air was thick with urgency. She dashed through the underbrush, her senses heightened, muscles taut with adrenaline as she navigated the moonlit forest. Each step resonated with the powerful rhythm of her heartbeat, a drum echoing the unyielding call of her spirit. As she raced toward the sound, flashes of memories filled her mind, those she had trained, those she had taught the ways of the wild. They were more than companions. They were family, a bond forged in the fire of shared experiences, each one a testament to the strength of sisterhood. The flickering light of a small campfire came into view, and with it, the source of the commotion. Artemis skidded to a halt, her heart sinking at the sight that greeted her. Around the fire, figures loomed, dark silhouettes against the flickering flames, their intentions cloaked in malice. They were hunters of a different kind, men who sought to conquer, rather than coexist, with nature. The huntress sensed the danger, a storm brewing in the pit of her stomach. She could not let them harm her sister, nor could she allow their darkness to taint the sacred land she so dearly protected. With her bow drawn and a fierce determination burning within her, Artemis stepped into the light. The men turned, their eyes widening in recognition, like deer caught in a hunter's sight. They had come seeking power, but it was she who radiated an aura of undeniable strength. The air crackled with tension, a silent battle of wills unfolding in the dim glow of the campfire. The moon, watching from above, seemed to hold its breath, a witness to the clash of light and shadow. In that moment, time stood still. Artemis felt every heartbeat echoing in her ears, every breath a testament to her resolve. She would not back down. She would protect her own, defend the wild, and uphold the legacy of the huntress. As the men exchanged glances, uncertainty flickering in their eyes, the huntress felt the weight of her destiny pressing down upon her. The moon shone brighter, illuminating the path ahead, a reminder that in the darkness, she was never truly alone. The tension hung thick, pregnant with possibility, as she prepared to unleash the storm that had long been brewing within. The clash of armor rang through the air, sharp and jarring, like a storm crashing against the cliffs. Ares stood tall amid the chaos, a figure of raw power and unsettling energy. His dark hair, wild and unkempt, danced around his chiseled face, while his piercing eyes scanned the battlefield with a hunger that sent shivers down the spine of every warrior present. This was no ordinary war. It was a spectacle of blood and fury, a dance of destruction, where Ares reigned supreme, the god of war. With each swing of his sword, the ground trembled beneath him, as if the earth itself was aware of the dread that followed in the wake of his presence. His companions stood by his side, fierce and loyal, each carrying their own stories of honor and betrayal. Among them was Phobos, the embodiment of fear, whose very essence caused soldiers to falter, their hearts racing in terror. His laughter echoed across the battlefield, a haunting reminder of the panic that swept through ranks when Ares called upon him. Then there was Deimos, the personification of dread, whose shadowy figure loomed over the fallen, whispering nightmares into the ears of the defeated. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, painting the world in shades of crimson and gold, Ares felt a surge of triumph. He thrived in the chaos, feeding off the adrenaline that coursed through his veins. It was a twisted kind of ecstasy, a dark pleasure found only in the midst of war. Bodies lay strewn across the ground, some lifeless and others writhing in agony. And yet, in that moment, Ares felt alive, more alive than he had ever been. A battle cry erupted from the opposing side, a desperate attempt to rally against the tide of despair. Ares turned his gaze towards the throngs of soldiers charging forward, their armor glinting in the fading light. A grin played on his lips. He relished the challenge that awaited him. With a swift motion, he raised his sword high, beckoning his companions to join him. Phobos and Deimos surged forward, their presence amplifying the terror that gripped the opposing warriors. Ares led the charge, a harbinger of doom, and the sounds of clashing metal rang out as he collided with the first line of defense. The air was thick with the scent of sweat and blood, a mixture that hung heavily over the battlefield. In the chaos, memories flickered in the back of Ares' mind, whispers of the past, echoes of battles fought and won. Tales of great heroes and tragic losses played like a haunting symphony, each note resonating with the deep-rooted emotions that war stirred within him. He remembered the rage of Achilles, the cunning of Odysseus, and the sorrow of Hector, each one a reminder of the price of glory and the fragility of human life. As Ares fought, he felt the connection to his companions grow stronger. Phobos, with his twisted grin, danced through the enemy ranks, sowing confusion and fear with every step, while Deimos stalked silently, a shadow of death that struck where least expected. Together, they were an unstoppable force, a trio that embodied the chaotic nature of war. They thrived on the destruction around them, weaving a tapestry of fear and bloodshed that would be remembered for generations to come. But amid the heat of battle, Ares felt a flicker of doubt, a whisper that echoed in the recesses of his mind. Was this endless pursuit of violence and chaos all there was? As he struck down another opponent, a young soldier barely old enough to wield a sword, the boy's terrified eyes locked onto his. For a brief moment, Ares saw himself, not as a god, but as a man, filled with rage, grief, and longing. The weight of 1,000 battles pressed down upon him, and he faltered, just for an instant, caught in a web of conflicting emotions. The moment quickly passed as the roar of the battlefield consumed him once more. Ares shook off the doubt, allowing the thrill of the fight to envelop him again. His sword sang as it sliced through the air, delivering swift justice to those who dared stand against him. Each victory was a reminder of his power, a validation of his existence in a world filled with chaos. Yet even as he reveled in the mayhem, shadows loomed in the corners of his mind. Glimpses of the future haunted him, visions of wars yet to come, of destruction that would consume not only his enemies, but also those he held dear. Ares understood that his role was not just to incite battle, but to witness the consequences of his actions. He had watched cities burn, families torn apart, and friendships shattered over the very conflict he thrived upon. As the battle raged on, a sudden silence fell, like the calm before a storm. Ares looked up to find the skies darkening, clouds swirling ominously above. It was a sign, a warning that this day would not end as he had hoped. The ground trembled beneath him, and he sensed a presence approaching, something darker and more powerful than he had ever encountered. Phobos and Deimos exchanged uneasy glances, their usual bravado waning in the face of this ominous force. Ares felt a chill run down his spine, a deep instinct that told him something was amiss. This war, this dance of blood and valor, was about to take a turn he had never anticipated. Who could challenge a god? Who would dare confront Ares, the harbinger of war? A figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked and obscured, yet the energy radiating from it was palpable. The air grew thick with tension, a promise of impending doom wrapped in an aura of authority. Ares gripped his sword tighter, adrenaline surging through him, ready to defend his domain. The battle around him faded into insignificance as he prepared to face whatever this new menace might bring. He was Ares, the god of war, but even gods could be brought to their knees. The battlefield held its breath, and in that moment, the lines between victory and defeat began to blur, casting uncertainty over the fate of all who stood witness to the unfolding chaos. In a world bathed in twilight, where the sun dips below the horizon and paints the sky in hues of orange and pink, a figure emerges from the sea foam, radiant and divine. Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, stands before her adoring audience, an ethereal presence that commands attention and ignites passion. Her beauty is not merely skin deep. It ripples through the air, a palpable force that stirs emotions and leaves hearts racing. Those who gaze upon her feel a deep longing, as if she holds the keys to the most profound secrets of the human heart. Born of the ocean's frothy embrace, each wave whispered her name. Every gust of wind carried an echo of her laughter. In the ancient texts, her tale begins with the tumult of creation, when chaos reigned supreme. Even the gods themselves were awestruck by her arrival. Her very existence transformed the fabric of the cosmos. It was said that she emerged from the sea, her golden hair cascading down her shoulders like liquid sunlight. The gods gathered, their eyes wide with wonder, igniting a rivalry that would last for centuries. As she strolled through the lush gardens of Olympus, her footsteps left blooms in her wake, roses and lilies thriving wherever she tread. But beauty, as enchanting as it was, often bore a heavy price. The hearts she touched were never the same again. Love became a wildfire, raging uncontrollably, leaving ashes in its wake. She wielded love like a weapon, sometimes tender and gentle, at other times fierce and unyielding, teaching both gods and mortals that love could elevate or destroy. Aphrodite was not just a symbol of romantic love. She embodied the complexities of desire. Her relationships were legendary. Paris, a mortal prince, was captivated by her allure, leading to the fateful decision that sparked the legendary Trojan War. The golden apple, a simple piece of fruit, became a powerful symbol of choice and consequence as Paris chose Aphrodite over Hera and Athena. All of Greece would tremble under the weight of his decision, a testament to the chaos that beauty and love could unleash. Her heart, however, was not without its scars. The love affair with Ares, the god of war, was tumultuous and filled with passion. Together, they danced a delicate balance between beauty and destruction. Their love was often consumed by jealousy, their arguments thundering like storms, their reconciliations tender as spring blossoms. Though they were a mismatched pair, Aphrodite found something in Ares that ignited her spirit, a wildness that mirrored her own desire for freedom. Yet, not all tales of love surrounding Aphrodite were steeped in glory. There were moments when her heart ached, when the shadows of betrayal and loss loomed large. Hephaestus, her devoted husband, was an artist, crafting wonders with his hands, yet his heart was heavy with love for a goddess who loved another. She felt his pain, a deep sorrow that resonated in her soul, and the weight of her choices began to bear down on her, like an unyielding tide. The goddess did not shy away from her emotions. In her moments of solitude, she would gaze into the mirror, reflecting on the essence of beauty and love. Was it her radiant form that drew admiration, or was it the mystery that swirled within her spirit? Each thought was like a petal, drifting on a breeze, both delicate and powerful, leaving her to wonder if true beauty lay in the heart's capacity to love and be loved. As her reputation spread across lands, countless worshippers flocked to her temples, offering gifts and prayers, hoping to catch a glimpse of her divine grace. Statues of her adorned every corner of the Greek world, crafted with meticulous detail. Each rendering captured her essence, a goddess of laughter and tears, of joy and heartache. In these sacred spaces, couples prayed for her blessing, seeking her favor in matters of the heart, desperate for her touch to ignite the flames of passion. But love, as she knew all too well, was never simple. The choices of mortals often led to unforeseen consequences, and jealousy, betrayal, and heartbreak were frequent visitors. She watched as lovers fought and reconciled, as hearts broke and were mended. Each tale was a reflection of her own journey, a reminder that love was both a gift and a burden. Her laughter echoed through the ages, but so did her sighs, a haunting melody that resonated with the complexities of desire. In the moonlight, Aphrodite danced, swirling like the tides, her presence felt across the land, inspiring poets and artists alike. Their words and brushstrokes sought to capture the essence of her beauty and the depth of her love, but they could only glimpse a fraction of her truth. Her influence seeped through the fabric of human experience, a thread connecting generations, weaving stories of love that transcended time. With each passing season, she watched the world evolve, the nature of love shifting with the tides of society. Modern hearts beat with a different rhythm, and yet, the essence of love remained unchanged, a powerful force that could bind or set free. In the stories of those who loved fiercely and lost deeply, she saw reflections of her own journey, a reminder that even a goddess could feel the weight of desire. As the stars twinkled like diamonds scattered across the velvet sky, Aphrodite continued her timeless dance. The fragrance of blooming flowers filled the air, and the sound of laughter echoed like music, a symphony of passion and longing. The world was alive with the energy of love, and she reveled in it, knowing that her legacy would live on through every heartbeat every longing glance, and every whispered promise. In the shadows of the night, as lovers held each other close, a warmth spread through the air, an unseen force that could only be attributed to the goddess herself. And in that moment, as love swirled through the cosmos, her spirit smiled, knowing that her story was far from over. It was an enduring tale, a web of emotions that wove together the lives of those who believed in the transformative power of love, an endless dance under the watchful gaze of the stars, where beauty and love intertwined, forever igniting the hearts of those who dared to dream. The forge blazed with an intensity that burned brighter than the sun, casting flickering shadows on ancient stone walls. The air crackled with heat and the sharp tang of molten metal, wrapping around anyone who dared to step close. In the center, the deafening roar of the flames was matched only by the rhythmic clang of hammer-striking anvil. Hephaestus, the god of fire and metalworking, moved with a grace that belied his heavy limbs, his hands deftly shaping formless metal into masterpieces. The fire sang to him. It was a dance of power and creativity, each spark a whisper of inspiration. Yet beneath this fiery exterior was a soul burdened by pain. Hephaestus was not born into glory, but cast from Olympus, a victim of jealousy and disdain. His mother, Hera, had been ashamed of his disfigured form, a cruel twist of fate that marked him as different. But rather than succumbing to despair, he transformed his loneliness into strength. The forge became his sanctuary, a place where his heart could pour into the metal. Each creation was a piece of himself, a silent rebellion against a world that had cast him aside. His most famous work, the golden automata, glittered under the flickering torchlight. These living statues, crafted to serve the gods, were more than mere machines. They were imbued with a spark of life, each movement a testament to his ingenuity. As he watched them perform, a flicker of pride ignited within him, yet it was quickly overshadowed by the memory of his mother's rejection. Would they ever see him as more than a craftsman? Would anyone ever recognize the depth of his artistry? The tales of his forge echoed through the halls of Olympus, where gods and goddesses marveled at the wonders Hephaestus created. His hands bore the scars of his toil, each one a story waiting to be told. In moments of quiet reflection, he would run his fingers over the rough edges, feeling the heat of the forge still coursing through him, reminding him of the passion that burned within. This fire was both a gift and a curse. It fueled his creativity but also set him apart, forever marked by his differences. On one fateful day, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of crimson and gold, a visitor arrived at the forge. It was Athena, the goddess of wisdom, her presence illuminating the space with an ethereal glow. Hephaestus felt a rush of emotions, admiration, fear, and a flicker of hope. Would she see the beauty in his work? Would she understand the heartache that fueled his creations? "Your work is remarkable," she said, her voice soft yet commanding. "You have taken the raw elements of the earth and transformed them into something divine." As she spoke, Hephaestus's heart raced. He had spent countless hours sweating over these creations, pouring his soul into each piece for the world to see their beauty. But would they ever appreciate the artist behind the art? The interaction spiraled into a whirlwind of inspiration. Athena shared tales of battles and bravery, and for the first time, Hephaestus envisioned the warriors who would wield his weapons, the shields, the swords, each engraved with symbols of protection and honor. The flames in the forge roared louder, as if echoing his burgeoning dreams. He could picture the heroes adorned in armor he crafted, their destinies intertwined with his own. But as quickly as the visions came, doubt crept in. What if they were merely dreams? What if he was destined to remain in the shadows, a mere footnote in the grand stories of the gods? The fear gripped him, tightening around his chest like a vice. The flames that once inspired him now loomed ominously, threatening to engulf his spirit in their heat. Yet, even in the depths of despair, a spark of resilience flickered. What if he could turn that fear into fire? What if he could forge not just metal, but a legacy that would withstand the test of time? In the days that followed, Hephaestus poured every ounce of his energy into his craft. He worked tirelessly, driven by visions of a world where his creations were celebrated, and he was revered. The forge became a symphony of sound, the hammer's rhythm a heartbeat, the fire's crackling a chorus of hope. He could see the faces of the gods as they beheld his work, their eyes wide with wonder and respect. Each piece he shaped was a step toward reclaiming his place among them. Yet, doubt lingered like smoke in the air. Even as the flames danced, taunting him with their brilliance, whispers of inadequacy echoed in his mind. Would they ever truly accept him? Would he ever be more than the misunderstood god cast away from Olympus? The struggle was palpable, a battle fought within the confines of the forge, where metal met fire, and dreams met reality. One evening, as a storm raged outside, Hephaestus found himself deep in thought, the flickering light casting shadows that danced like specters around him. The storm was a reflection of his turmoil, thunder rumbling like the doubts that clashed within him. He could forge weapons for the bravest of gods, yet the most challenging battle was the one for his own worth. In the tempest of emotions, he realized that the fire he wielded was not just for crafting metal. It was the fire of his spirit, refusing to be extinguished. In that moment of clarity, Hephaestus took a deep breath. Feeling the warmth of the flames enveloping him like a protective embrace. He was more than his physical form. He was the embodiment of creativity, resilience, and strength. As he heated the metal before him, he poured every ounce of emotion into it, the pain, the rejection, the hope. The forge became a vessel of transformation, and in the act of creation, he began to heal the wounds that had long burdened his heart. With each strike of the hammer, Hephaestus felt the chains of doubt loosen, replaced by an overwhelming sense of purpose. He was ready to forge his destiny, to illuminate the world with the brilliance of his creations. The forge, once a place of solitude, became a beacon of innovation, where the scars of his past were transformed into works of art that would resonate through the ages. As the storm subsided and dawn broke over the horizon, casting a golden light upon the forge, Hephaestus knew that his journey was far from over. The world awaited his masterpieces, and he was ready to rise from the ashes of doubt, a phoenix reborn in the flames of his own making. The tension of the past remained, but it fueled his resolve, igniting a fire that no one could extinguish. The story of Hephaestus had just begun, and the world would witness his ascent, not as a forgotten god, but as a master artisan of fire and metal, a legend waiting to be etched into the annals of time. In the hushed whispers of twilight, the air crackled with anticipation, as if the very fabric of existence was about to unfurl. Hermes, the messenger of the gods, stood at the crossroads between the worlds, a figure cloaked in mystery and mischief. His sandals, winged like the spirits he guided, stirred the dust of ancient paths, well trodden by restless souls, seeking solace. With a charming smirk and eyes that sparkled with the mischief of a trickster, Hermes was not merely a messenger. He was a bridge between life and death, a guide destined to lead spirits through the shadows. Born of Zeus and the nymph Maya, Hermes was destined for greatness from the very moment he entered the world. As an infant, he was already a force of nature, stealing Apollo's cattle and inventing the lyre from a tortoise shell. This nimbleness was not just physical. It was a reflection of his very nature. He was cunning and clever, a deity who reveled in the art of communication, deftly weaving words that could charm gods and mortals alike. But beneath the playful facade lay a profound responsibility. Hermes was tasked with more than mere messages. He carried the souls of the departed to the underworld, ensuring that they crossed the river Styx safely, guided by his light. The weight of such duty hung on his shoulders, a bittersweet reminder of the fragility of life. With each soul he encountered, he felt their hopes, fears, and unfulfilled dreams. Each whisper of a name, each flicker of a memory, wrapped around his heart like a vine, leaving him both exhilarated and burdened. The ethereal glow of his caduceus, the staff he wielded, twinkled with the essence of the dead, pulsating with the stories of those who had lived and loved. As the stars pierced the dark velvet sky, Hermes set forth on his nightly rounds, his heart aching with the weight of his task. A flicker of movement caught his eye. A soul, trembling and lost, hovered at the edge of the living world. The spirit, a young woman with sorrow etched on her face, clutched an old photograph of her family, longing for a connection that had slipped away. Hermes approached her, his voice a gentle breeze. "Do not fear, dear soul. Your journey continues, and I am here to guide you." With each word, he felt her pain, her love, and her attachment to the life she had known. The air around them thickened with emotions, and for a fleeting moment, the boundary between life and death blurred. Unseen, Hermes felt the warmth of her humanity, the essence of her spirit calling out to the universe. He gestured toward the distant glimmer of the underworld, where shadows danced like memories waiting to be embraced. "Your loved ones await, their arms open wide. Let me lead you to them." As they walked, memories flooded her mind. Laughter around a dinner table, the smell of her mother's cooking, the laughter of children playing. Each moment was a bright thread in the tapestry of her life, and Hermes felt the weight of her joy and sorrow intertwine. He understood the bittersweet beauty of existence, how precious life was, yet how fleeting. With every step, he reminded her that love transcends even the darkest of paths. In the distance, the river Styx shimmered like liquid silver, a serpent winding through a barren landscape. The shore was lined with souls, their faces a blend of hope and fear. Some were fragments of lives once vibrant, others were echoes of dreams unfulfilled. Hermes raised his staff, and the spirits turned toward him, drawn by the warmth of his presence. He was their beacon, a reminder that they were not alone. The ferry, steered by Charon, awaited them on the banks. Hermes approached the boat, extending his hand to the young woman. "This is your passage," he whispered, his voice a soothing balm. And as she stepped forward, he felt her heart lift, the burdens of her past gently fading away. But there was no time to linger. A storm brewed in the heavens above. The air grew tense, filled with the cries of those lost and forgotten. Hermes turned his gaze to the sky, where the figures of angry gods swirled in a tempest of power and fury. He sensed their discontent, a challenge to his role as the guide. A distant rumble echoed around him, a reminder that even in the divine realms, chaos could reign. Once again, he felt the weight of his duality, the messenger who danced between realms and the protector of souls. He sprinted toward the storm, the crackling energy electrifying his spirit. The gods were restless, and he could hear their voices rising, fueled by jealousy and fear of his power. With a heart pounding like thunder, he grasped his caduceus tightly, ready to confront the wrath of Olympus. "Why do you challenge me?" he called out, his voice steady despite the tempest. "I am here to serve, to guide the lost to their rest." The winds howled in response, a cacophony of dissent. But Hermes stood firm, a glimmer of defiance in his eyes. In that moment, he felt the spirits behind him surge forward, their whispers of gratitude buoying his strength. They were his purpose, a reminder of why he embraced this role with every fiber of his being. The storm quieted, if only for a heartbeat, as the gods paused, momentarily captivated by the love that bound him to those he served. But the reprieve was fleeting, and Hermes knew the battle was far from over. Just as the clouds began to part, illuminating the path ahead, a new challenge loomed, a dark figure emerging from the shadows, a soul filled with rage and sorrow, refusing to cross. The weight of despair hung heavy in the air, and the spirit's anguished cries echoed through the night. "Stay back," it screamed, the pain twisting its features. "I will not go. My life was stolen from me, and I refuse to face the void." Hermes felt the raw emotion, a tempest of grief that threatened to consume him too. All around, the air crackled with tension, each heartbeat an echo of desperation. With compassion etched into his soul, Hermes stepped forward, undeterred by the storm brewing within the spirit. With words laden with empathy, he reached out, hoping to bridge the chasm between despair and acceptance. "You are not alone in your pain. Let me show you the light that awaits." But the darkness loomed large, and the struggle for peace and acceptance had only just begun, drawing Hermes deeper into the heart of a conflict that stretched far beyond the mortal realm. The air was thick with the scent of ripe grapes, a heady aroma that twisted through the lush vineyards of ancient Greece like a whispered promise. Laughter floated on the breeze, mingling with the sound of clinking goblets and the soft strumming of lyres. Underneath the vibrant festivity, however, pulsated a deeper essence, a longing for liberation and ecstasy that only the arrival of Dionysus could fulfill. Dionysus, the god of wine and ecstasy, entered the scene like a tempest, his presence igniting the very air around him. With vines spiraling around his arms and a crown of ivy adorning his head, he embodied nature's wild spirit. His laughter was unrestrained, echoing through the hills, a sound that promised both joy and chaos. The followers, his maenads, danced with reckless abandon, their bare feet pounding against the earth, invoking the intoxicating thrill that only Dionysus could bestow. It was a sight both beautiful and terrifying, as if the world was on the brink of an ecstatic frenzy. In the ancient texts, Dionysus was more than mere revelry. He was a paradox, the god of both intoxication and inspiration. As the vine grew, so too did the guidance he offered to humanity. He freed the mind from its shackles, unlocking creativity and passion, allowing poets and playwrights to spin tales that would echo through eternity. The power of wine was sacred, a connection to the divine that blurred the lines between man and God. Each sip transformed the mundane into the extraordinary, opening doors to uncharted realms of experience. Yet this divine gift came with a price. The ecstatic abandon Dionysus inspired could lead to madness as easily as to enlightenment. His followers, lost in the rapture of the moment, often strayed too far from the light, surrendering to the chaos of their emotions. Whispers of tragic tales floated through the air, stories of those who lost themselves completely in pursuit of unadulterated joy. The fine line between ecstasy and madness was a constant theme, a reminder that with great inspiration came great responsibility. In the mythology, Dionysus' birth itself was a tale of strife and resilience. Born to Zeus and the mortal Semele, he faced the wrath of Hera, who could not abide her husband's infidelity. Semele, driven by curiosity and jealousy, asked to see Zeus in his true form. The sight was too much for her mortal heart, and she perished in flames, leaving behind the unborn Dionysus. But Zeus, ever the protector, took the child and sewed him into his thigh, granting him a rebirth that echoed the cycles of nature itself. This story was a metaphor, a reflection of the human experience. How from suffering and chaos, joy and creativity can emerge. As Dionysus roamed the earth, he gathered a following, drawing in those who sought freedom from their burdens. The countryside became alive with his presence, a vibrant tapestry of wild celebrations. The festival of Dionysia in Athens became a sacred event where tragedy and comedy merged, offering insight into the human condition. The city transformed, statues adorned with vines, the air thick with anticipation as the first cup of wine was poured. The citizens, entranced by the god's spirit, felt the electricity of liberation course through them, a shared heartbeat that connected each soul to the divine. Yet amid the revelry, a darker thread wove through the festivities. Dionysus could bring forth a wrath that mirrored his joy, punishing those who rejected his gifts or dared to deny the wild spirit within themselves. The story of Pentheus, a king who dared to mock the god, is one of horror and awe. In a fit of rage and vengeance, Dionysus led the king's own mother and aunts to madness. They tore him apart, blinded by their devotion to the ecstatic god. It was a stark reminder that to embrace Dionysus was to surrender to the full spectrum of emotion, the ecstasy and the agony, the joy and the terror. As night fell over the vineyards, the moon cast a silvery glow on the dancing figures, illuminating faces flushed with wine and laughter. Dionysus, at the center of it all, wore an enigmatic smile, his eyes sparkling with mischief and wisdom. He called forth the darkness and light, intertwining them in a dance that promised both liberation and loss. His voice, a melodic echo, beckoned the lost and weary to join him, to shed their inhibitions and embrace the wildness of life. The music swelled, a crescendo of notes that resonated with the hearts of all present. Time seemed to stretch and bend, wrapping them in an embrace of joy, sorrow, and everything in between. For in those moments, under the watchful gaze of the god, they were free. Free to laugh, to cry, to feel the full weight of existence without fear or shame. The world outside faded away, and all that remained was the intoxicating connection between them and the divine. As the night deepened, shadows danced playfully among the flickering torches. The whispers of history swirled around them like the wine in their cups, hinting at the stories yet to be told, the emotions yet to be felt. Dionysus, ever the harbinger of change and transformation, stood at the threshold of their revelry, a reminder that life was a tapestry of light and shadow, joy and madness interwoven into every moment. And as they raised their goblets high, calling upon the name of Dionysus, a sense of anticipation filled the air. What might the dawn bring? What new tales of ecstasy and chaos awaited just beyond the horizon? The allure of the unknown beckoned, a siren call that promised to keep them dancing, celebrating life in all its beautiful, chaotic glory. In a world where gods and mortals intertwined, where valor and tragedy danced hand in hand, the stories of legendary heroes echo through time. These were not just tales. They were the pulse of a civilization, breathing life into the hearts of those who dared to listen. The air crackled with anticipation, and often with fear, as the shadows of mighty figures loomed large over the landscape of ancient Greece. It all began with a tempest, an insatiable thirst for glory, and the fiery desire to be remembered, even beyond the veil of death. Hercules, the son of Zeus, stood as a towering symbol of strength and determination. With muscles like iron and a heart that beat fiercely with passion, he faced trials that would break lesser men. The 12 labors were not merely tasks. They were brutal tests of endurance and courage, each challenge steeped in myth and terror. From slaying the monstrous Nemean lion to capturing the elusive golden hind, every victory was stained with sweat, blood, and searing lessons learned. His battles were not just against beasts, but against the very demons that lurked within. Self-doubt, rage, and despair, which whispered to him in the silence of the night. Then there was Achilles, a name that strikes fear and admiration in equal measure. His story was a tapestry woven with threads of glory and tragedy. The swift-footed warrior possessed a rage that could ignite entire battlefields, yet he also bore the weight of a heart heavy with loss. He fought bravely in the Trojan War, his wrath against Agamemnon leading to consequences that would ripple through the ages. The loss of his beloved friend Patroclus shattered him, plunging him into a darkness that only vengeance could light. Achilles' journey was a testament to the fragility of honor and the cost of pride, leaving behind an indelible mark on the heroes who followed. And who could forget Odysseus, the clever king of Ithaca? His intelligence was as sharp as the sword he wielded. The journey home from Troy was not a simple voyage. It was a labyrinth of challenges crafted by fate. From the enchanting songs of the sirens to the wrath of Poseidon, the trials he faced tested not just his physical strength, but the very essence of his spirit. Odysseus's cleverness shone brightest when all seemed lost. He transformed despair into hope, revealing that true heroism often lies in the mind rather than in mere brawn. His cunning plans, like the famous Trojan horse, showed that sometimes the greatest weapon in a hero's arsenal is his intellect. The tale of Perseus is another thread in this rich tapestry. Armed with a shield of polished bronze from Athena and the winged sandals of Hermes, he faced the fearsome Medusa, a creature whose gaze turned men to stone. The tension was palpable as he approached her lair, heart racing, breath hitching in his throat. With every step, the echoes of legends before him echoed in his ears, reminding him that heroes are molded in the crucible of danger. Perseus not only saved his mother, but also carried the glory of his triumph back home, forever changing the destinies of those who dared to stand against the darkness. The stories of heroes are not without their shadows. These mighty figures were often haunted by their fates, bound by prophecies and the whims of the gods. Prometheus, who defied Zeus to bring fire to humanity, paid dearly for his love of mortals, facing eternal torment. The irony stung sharply. In his quest to aid mankind, he became a pariah, a symbol of the price of rebellion. His tale resonates with those who dare to challenge authority for the greater good. reminding us that the path of a hero is often paved with sacrifice. Yet, not all heroes wore armor or wielded weapons. There was Antigone, a woman of profound courage who defied the king's decree to honor her brother, even in death. Her story is a heart-wrenching reminder of the strength found in love and loyalty. As she stood at the crossroads of duty and conscience, her voice echoed through the ages, mingling with the cries of those who felt the weight of injustice. Antigone embodied the struggle that many face, the choice between upholding the law and honoring the bonds of family. Her defiance inspired generations, showing that the spirit of a hero can manifest in the quietest of actions. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the land, the stories of these heroes continued to ignite imaginations. Each name whispered through the ages carried a weight that transcended time, drawing in the hearts of those eager to learn of courage, love, and sacrifice. They were not just tales of gods and monsters. They were reflections of humanity, raw and unfiltered. The heroes of Greek mythology were flawed, complex beings, their journeys steeped in both triumph and tragedy. Their legacies lived on, reminding people that within every heart beats the potential for greatness, even amid despair. Every hero's tale intertwined with another, creating a web of emotional resonance that spanned centuries. As new generations listened, they found themselves captivated by the eternal struggle between good and evil, love and hate, glory and defeat. The cycle of heroism continued, drawing in those who yearned for adventure and courage, leaving them breathless with anticipation for the next chapter in the unfolding saga of man and myth. The stories did not end. They swirled around like autumn leaves caught in the wind, each one a reminder that the heroes of old were but reflections of every one of us, waiting to rise and claim our own destinies. In the shadow of Mount Olympus, under a sky thick with the promise of thunder, there lay a man whose very name stirred both awe and fear. Heracles, born of divine blood, yet plagued by the whims of the gods, stood at the crossroads of destiny. His life was a tapestry, woven with threads of heroism and monstrous challenges, destined to leave a mark on history that would echo through centuries. As the sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the rugged terrain, whispers of the 12 labors began to take form. Each labor was more than just a task. They were trials that would test the very essence of what it meant to be a hero. The first, the Nemean lion, was no ordinary beast, but a creature of legend, its hide impenetrable. With a heart pounding like a war drum, Heracles faced the lion, knowing that victory would not only save his life, but would also forge the path for his legacy. The clash of his strength against the beast's ferocity sent shockwaves through the land, reverberating in the hearts of those who dared to dream of greatness. With each swing of his club, with each desperate grapple, he felt the weight of his lineage. The blood of Zeus coursed through his veins, urging him to triumph. And triumph he did, strangling the beast with his bare hands, his muscles screaming in protest until the lion lay lifeless at his feet. But what was victory without the burden of glory? Heracles wore the lion's skin as armor, a reminder of the battles fought and the sacrifices made. Next, the Lernaean Hydra awaited him, a creature born from nightmares, each severed head sprouting 2 more in its place. This was a monster that could not be defeated through sheer strength alone. Heracles, in a moment of desperate clarity, summoned the wisdom of his companion, Iolaus. Together, they devised a plan, With fiery torches, they cauterized the stumps of the heads Heracles cut off, extinguishing the beast's regenerative power. The air was thick with the stench of burning flesh, and the cries of the Hydra filled the darkness. When at last the creature lay defeated, Heracles tasted not just victory, but also the bitter pangs of foresight. For every triumph would invite not only admiration, but also the looming shadows of vengeance from the gods. As the labors progressed, Heracles faced the Ceryneian hind, a creature so beautiful that it seemed to dance upon the very breeze. Here was a moment of reflection, a stark contrast to the brutality of battle. As he chased the hind, he realized that not all victories were achieved through violence. Sometimes, the heart must pursue what is elusive, what is gentle. Yet, even this delicate labor bore its own weight. The gods watched him closely, and he couldn't help but feel their judgment looming like dark clouds overhead. The Erymanthian boar was next, a beast of enormous size and ferocity. The ground trembled beneath its weight, and the air crackled with tension. He charged forward, adrenaline pumping through him, embodying raw power and fury. When he finally trapped the boar, he carried it back, a trophy of sweat and grit. But the cheering crowd concealed a deeper truth. Each labor was drawing him closer to his fate. The stables of Augeas, filthy beyond imagination, brought a challenge that required not just strength, but cunning. With a clever plan, he diverted 2 rivers to wash away the filth. The labor seemed almost mundane, a testament to Heracles' ingenuity, yet it demonstrated the complexity of heroism. Sometimes it was not about fighting, but about finding solutions where none seemed possible. As he faced the Stymphalian birds, the air rang with their shrill cries, and deadly beaks pierced the silence. With the aid of Athena's gift, a pair of bronze castanets, he became not just a warrior, but a musician of war, orchestrating the downfall of the avian threat. The battle was fierce, but he emerged victorious, his heart racing not just from victory, but the thrill of creativity in combat. The Cretan bull, the mares of Diomedes, and the belt of Hippolyta. The tasks were relentless, each more perilous than the last. Heracles' spirit soared and plummeted like the tides, the highs of glory washing over him, only to be met with the lows of exhaustion and doubt. Each labor drew him deeper into a web of fate, where every victory was intertwined with the bitterness of deceit, often orchestrated by Hera, the queen of gods, who despised him for being a constant reminder of her husband's betrayal. The final labor, capturing Cerberus, the 3-headed guardian of the underworld, was the culmination of his journey. With courage fueled by the memories of all who believed in him, he ventured into the dark abyss. The very air felt heavy with sorrow and despair as he faced the beast, a creature born of nightmares, whose 3 heads snarled and snapped. Here, in the depths of darkness, Heracles confronted not just a monster, but his own fears and doubts. When he emerged victorious, dragging Cerberus back to the surface, he was not just a hero. He was a symbol of resilience, of hope born from anguish. Every labor had carved his legacy into the annals of history, a testament to the struggles of mankind and the eternal quest for redemption. But the story didn't end there. The threads of his life wove into the fabric of mythology, his name whispered through the ages, a mantra of strength and perseverance. Schools of thought formed around his feats, and the tales of his labors inspired countless generations. Artists immortalized his likeness in vibrant frescoes. Poets recited his name in verses that flowed like rivers of emotion, and the echoes of his triumphs resonated in the hearts of those who sought to overcome their own monsters. Heracles lived on, not just in the stories told around flickering fires, but in the spirit of humanity itself. His labors were reminders that every challenge faced with courage and tenacity can carve a path through darkness, illuminating the way for those who follow. And as the sun set behind the mountains, the world held its breath, waiting for the next chapter in the legacy of the hero who dared to confront the impossible. The journey continued, a perpetual cycle of trials and triumphs, for heroes never truly fade. They transform, becoming legends that inspire the hearts of those who dare to pursue greatness. The sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting long shadows across the rocky shores of Seriphos. The sea crashed violently against the cliffs, as if trying to warn the world of the chaos that was about to unfold. On this island, an unexpected hero prepared to face the unimaginable. Perseus, a young man born of both mortal and divine blood, stood tall but trembling, his heart racing. He was not merely a boy, he was destined for greatness, and yet the weight of that destiny pressed mercilessly upon his shoulders. His mother, Danae, had once been imprisoned in a tower, a victim of fate and jealousy, but now she was free, her beauty still shining bright despite the shadows of the past. Yet, it was her very beauty that had attracted the attention of the cruel King Polydectes. He sought her hand, but Danae's heart belonged to the memory of Zeus, an unreachable star in the night sky. And so, Polydectes, frustrated by Perseus's protective nature, devised a cruel plan to rid himself of the young man. "Bring me the head of Medusa," he had commanded, the words dripping with malice. The challenge seemed impossible. Medusa, one of the three Gorgon sisters, was a monster with snakes for hair, a gaze that turned men to stone, and a reputation that sent shivers down the spines of the bravest warriors. Yet, Perseus could not back down. His blood boiled with a mix of fear and determination. He knew he had to act. He had to protect his mother from the looming threat of Polydectes' fury. Armed with courage and a handful of gifts from the gods, a reflective shield from Athena, winged sandals from Hermes, and a magical bag to safely contain Medusa's head, Perseus set forth into the unknown. The very air seemed to thicken with anticipation as he embarked on his quest. The weight of destiny hung heavy, and whispers of the Gorgons filled his mind like a haunting melody. As he drew closer to the lair of Medusa, the landscape shifted dramatically. Dark clouds gathered overhead, shrouding the sun's light. The ground was littered with stone remnants of those who had dared to confront the beast before him. Each statue told a story of bravery turned to horror, their frozen faces twisted in fear, and the unyielding terror echoed within the caverns that lay ahead. Perseus's heart raced as he approached the entrance, his resolve faltering for just a moment. He was not only fighting for his mother, he was fighting for his own place in the world. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for what lay ahead. Inside the lair, the air was thick with an eerie silence. Shadows danced on the walls, and the only sound was his own heartbeat, pounding like a war drum. Perseus navigated the caves, reminding himself of the shield given by Athena. He had to avoid Medusa's deadly gaze. The moment he looked directly at her would be his last. With each cautious step, he held the shield high, using its reflective surface to guide him. The anticipation mounted, a tight coil of tension, ready to snap. Suddenly, there she was. Medusa, with her serpentine hair writhing and hissing, her eyes clouded with the madness of her cursed existence. In that moment, a chill ran down Perseus's spine. She was both beautiful and terrifying. A tragic figure trapped in a nightmarish form. Perseus felt a pang of sorrow for her. Once a lovely maiden, she had fallen victim to the god's wrath. But he had no time for pity. He had to act. With a swift motion, he lifted his sword, the blade glinting ominously in the dim light. It was a blur of steel and reflection as he aimed, not at her, but at the mirrored shield. With the Gorgon's gaze reflected back at her, Medusa froze, and in that instant, Perseus struck. The head rolled away, a final haunting scream escaping her lips before silence engulfed the cave. The air crackled with energy, a potent mix of triumph and horror. As he collected the severed head, sealing it safely in his magical bag. But the adventure was far from over. As he turned to leave the lair, the earth trembled beneath him. The remaining Gorgon sisters, woken by the disturbance, surged toward him with vengeance in their hearts. Their rage was palpable, an unyielding force that threatened to consume him. Perseus could feel their fury, their desire for retribution coursing through the air like a wild storm. He sprinted through the labyrinthine caves, the echoes of his pursuers growing louder and more menacing. Panic clawed at his insides, but he pushed on, adrenaline fueling his escape. The darkness of the cavern felt alive, closing in around him as he fought against the creeping despair. Suddenly, he burst into the open air, the sun's rays breaking through the clouds like a blessing. But he could hear the Gorgons behind him, their screeches piercing through the tranquility. With every ounce of strength, he spread the winged sandals and soared into the sky, the wind whipping through his hair as he glanced back. The Gorgons writhed in fury below, their desperate cries fading into the distance. For a moment he tasted victory, a sweet, intoxicating taste that filled his heart with a sense of purpose. The world below was vast, filled with challenges yet to come, and he felt the call of destiny urging him onward. Even as he soared high above the land, Perseus could not shake the weight of his actions. The head of Medusa hung heavy in his bag, a testament to the darkness he had faced. It was a trophy, yes, but also a reminder of the price of victory. He thought of his mother, waiting on the shores of Seriphos, and the danger that still loomed in the shadows. Would Polydectes never cease his pursuit? As the sun set behind him, painting the sky in hues of fiery orange and deep indigo, Perseus knew that his journey was far from over. With the Gorgon's head in hand, he had become something more than he ever dreamed. He was a hero, a slayer of monsters, yet the path stretched endlessly ahead, filled with uncertainty and the promise of greater battles to come. The world awaited him, teeming with both peril and possibility, and the air crackled with energy as he prepared for what lay ahead. The sun hung low over Athens, casting long shadows that danced across the cobblestones. The air was thick with an unsettling mix of fear and anticipation. Today was the day. Many whispered it was a day of destiny. Children clung to their mothers, eyes wide with terror, while the men gathered, murmuring anxiously about the fate of their city. Somewhere deep in the labyrinth of Crete, a monster awaited, a creature born not of this world, but of nightmares. Theseus stood at the edge of the bustling agora, his heart pounding like a war drum. Tall and strong, with dark hair that fell in waves around his shoulders, he was a hero in the making, yet today he felt like a mere boy. The tales of the Minotaur had haunted him since childhood, the half-man, half-bull, who devoured those who wandered too near. Every story echoed with the same warning. The labyrinth was a maze of death, twisting and turning like the shadows in a darkened cave. But for Theseus, fear was not a chains that held him down. It was fuel. He had made a promise to his father, King Aegeus, to return victorious. If he could slay the beast, he would not only save Athens, but also bring hope to a city that had known too much suffering. With every breath, he could sense the weight of that expectation, heavy and unyielding. The sacrifice of young Athenians had to end. As he prepared to leave, he glanced at the ship that would carry him across the sea. The sails billowed like the wings of a mighty bird, ready to take flight. A small group of volunteers stood beside him, brave souls ready to face the unknown. Among them was a woman named Ariadne, her beauty radiant as the dawn. Her eyes sparkled with determination, yet the hint of sorrow lingered. She had known the darkness of the labyrinth too well. Her heart belonged to another lost soul, a brother ensnared by the Minotaur's hunger. "Ariadne," Theseus said, his voice firm yet gentle, "together we will end this nightmare." Her gaze met his, a fierce fire igniting between them. "You must promise to come back," she whispered, fear threading through her words. "My brother's spirit is trapped in that darkness. If you can find him—" "I will," he swore. "I'll bring him home." With that, the ship set sail, cutting through the waves as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and crimson, a foreshadowing of the blood that would be spilled. The journey felt both eternal and fleeting, with the salt air filling their lungs, the rhythmic sound of the waves creating a heartbeat in sync with their own. When they arrived at Crete, the tension in the air was palpable. The island loomed like a giant, a fortress of stone wrapped in mystery. The palace of King Minos towered above them, a monstrous structure that seemed to mock their resolve. Theseus could feel the eyes of the Cretans upon him, some with pity, others with disdain. They knew the fate that awaited those who entered the labyrinth, and many had lost hope. But Theseus was undeterred. He clutched the sword gifted to him by the gods, its hilt warm against his palm, a reminder of the power he possessed. With Ariadne's help, he had acquired a ball of thread, a simple yet brilliant tool. It was a symbol of hope, twisted into a lifeline, something that could guide him back through the maze of despair. As he stepped into the labyrinth, darkness swallowed him whole. The air was damp and musty, and every sound echoed like the whispers of lost souls. The walls closed in, twisting and turning in a way that made his head spin. Panic threatened to take root, but he held on to the thread, feeling its weight as he unwound it behind him. With each step, the labyrinth felt like a living entity, breathing, watching, waiting. Suddenly, a roar shattered the silence, deep and guttural. Theseus froze, heart racing, every instinct screaming at him to flee. But he was not a coward. He was a hero. Summoning his courage, he pressed on, the thread leading him further into the abyss. Then he saw it, the Minotaur, massive and terrifying, its muscles rippling beneath its bristled fur. The creature thrashed in its pen, eyes wild with hunger, a beast born of pain and rage. Every story he had ever heard paled in comparison to the reality standing before him. Theseus raised his sword, ready to fight. But in that moment, he felt a pang of sympathy for the creature. It was not just a monster. It was a broken being, trapped in a cycle of violence. But there was no time for hesitation. The Minotaur charged, horns lowered, and Theseus leaped aside just in time. The clash of steel against bone echoed through the corridors. Theseus danced around the beast, dodging its frenzied attacks, his heart pounding in his ears. He was focused, every nerve alive with adrenaline. As he found his rhythm, he remembered the faces of the young Athenians, their smiles now replaced by grief. Each swing of his sword was not just for victory. It was an act of justice. But the Minotaur was relentless. Each blow it struck was a reminder that this was a fight for survival. Theseus lunged, piercing the creature's side, feeling the warmth of its blood on his skin. With a final thrust, he drove the sword deep into the Minotaur's heart, the roar of the beast fading into silence, replaced by the deafening thrum of his own heartbeat. Breathless and trembling, Theseus stood over the fallen creature, the weight of his victory crashing down on him. In that moment, he realized that heroism often wears the mask of sorrow. He turned away, guided by the thread, each step echoing with the burden of what he had done. As he retraced his path, the labyrinth felt less intimidating, almost familiar. Ariadne's face flashed in his mind, her hope, her strength. He would return to her, but the darkness lingered in his heart. Outside, the world awaited, but the shadows of the labyrinth would forever haunt him. He emerged into the light, blinking against the sun that felt like a second chance. The cheers of the crowd washed over him, but he could not shake the image of the defeated Minotaur. He would carry that memory as he walked back to Athens, a hero now, yet burdened by the cost of his bravery. As the waves lapped against the shore, he began to understand. This was just the beginning. A hero was not defined by victories alone, but by the scars they bore. And for Theseus, the scars were deep, etched in the very fabric of his soul, a constant reminder of the balance between light and dark, hope and despair. The night sky shimmered like a tapestry, woven with silver threads, stars twinkling in a dance of ancient promises. Jason stood at the edge of the harbor, the salty breeze tugging at his cloak as the silhouette of the ship, Argo, loomed behind him. It was not just wood and sails. It was a vessel of ambition, hope, and the whispers of destiny. The ominous whisper of the Golden Fleece echoed in his mind, a treasure that could restore his rightful place on the throne of Iolcus. But even as he prepared for the journey ahead, shadows flickered in the corners of his consciousness. He could feel the weight of fate pressing down on him. Heavy like lead, his hands trembled, not from fear, but from the overwhelming realization of what lay ahead. The fleece was not merely a golden prize. It was guarded fiercely by a fire-breathing dragon, and the treacherous king Aeetes would not part with it easily. As the dawn broke, splashes of orange and pink spilled across the sky, illuminating the faces of his fellow Argonauts. Each man was a hero in his own right. Hercules, the strongest, Orpheus, whose music could charm the very stones, and Atalanta, the fierce huntress, whose heart beat with the thrill of the chase. They were bound together by a shared goal. Yet each carried his own fears and dreams. The ship creaked as they boarded, the wood groaning like an old friend waking from a long slumber. Jason felt a surge of determination, yet the specter of doubt loomed large. What if they failed? What if he lost everything, including the very men who stood by his side? He brushed the thoughts away as he took the helm, steering the Argo into uncharted waters, the sea a vast wild beast beneath them. Days turned into restless nights, the ocean a swirling expanse of confusion and longing. They faced storms that roared like angry beasts, testing their resolve and courage. Every wave that crashed against the ship felt like a challenge, each gust of wind a taunt aimed at their dreams. And yet, despite the chaos, there were moments of laughter and camaraderie, their voices mingling with the sound of the crashing waves echoing against the backdrop of the horizon. But the sea is a fickle mistress. As they sailed closer to Colchis, where the golden fleece lay hidden, darkness began to gather on the horizon. The Argonauts encountered the Harpies, winged creatures sent to torment the land. Their shrieks sliced through the air, their wicked laughter sending chills down Jason's spine. The Argonauts fought bravely, anger and fear melding into a single purpose. Zetes and Calais, sons of the north wind, soared above, their wings spread wide. They chased the Harpies, forcing them to flee, but not before the foul creatures uttered a warning that sent shivers down their spines. Beware the wrath of Aeetes, the king who will stop at nothing to protect his treasure. As they arrived in Colchis, the atmosphere thickened with tension. The land was rich with beauty, yet it dripped with danger. Golden fields shimmered under the sun, but the palace of Aeetes loomed in the distance, shadowy and foreboding. The Argonauts knew they were stepping into a web of deceit and fury. Jason boldly approached the king, his heart racing, words of negotiation trembling on his lips. The challenge laid before him was not just to claim the fleece, but to win Aeetes' approval. The king's eyes sparkled with malice, his mind working like a clock with gears of treachery. To win the fleece, Jason would need to endure the impossible. He was tasked with yoking 2 fire-breathing bulls and plowing a field of serpents. The odds were stacked against him, yet the fire of determination burned bright within. As he prepared, a soft voice broke through the chaos. It was Medea, daughter of Aeetes, whose heart was torn between loyalty to her father and the allure of Jason's bravery. She offered him secrets and magic, the promise of aid wrapped in her own struggle for freedom. The tension thickened as the first rays of dawn illuminated the challenge ahead. Jason faced the bulls, their fiery breath scorching the air. The ground trembled beneath their hooves, and the weight of the moment pressed down on him. With every ounce of strength, he managed to harness them, sweat trickling down his brow. The onlookers gasped, hearts pounding in their chests, as he fought against fate itself. But he could hear the whispers of doubt creeping in again, weaving through the cheers of his comrades. With the bulls conquered, the field of serpents lay ahead. Poisonous fangs glistened like daggers, and the air was filled with an eerie silence. Jason felt the pulse of fear in his veins, but the image of the golden fleece, shimmering with promise, pushed him onward. Suddenly, Medea appeared in a flash, her magic swirling around him like a warm embrace. She handed him a potion, a shield against the serpent's fury. In that moment, he realized it wasn't just the fleece he sought. It was the bond forming between them. A connection that transcended the boundaries of loyalty and love. With newfound strength, Jason approached the serpents, and as the potion worked its magic, they lay quiet, as if lulled to sleep. The crowd erupted in cheers, the air crackling with excitement. Yet, even as victory shimmered on the horizon, dread fell heavy over Jason's heart. He could feel Aeetes' gaze burning into him, a storm of fury brewing in the depths of the king's soul. With the fleece now within reach, Jason's fingers brushed against the golden strands, the weight of destiny settling upon him. But the path to triumph was never straightforward. Aeetes would not let the fleece go without a fight, and the tension rippled through the air, a prelude to the storm that was about to break. Jason was not just fighting for a treasure. He was battling for his future, the lives of his friends, and the heart of Medea, whose loyalty hung in the balance. The winds howled outside, a tempest mirroring the chaos inside. He understood that the journey was far from over. The true test was yet to come. With every heartbeat, the stakes grew higher, and the shadows of betrayal loomed larger. Jason's fate intertwined with that of the Argonauts, a tapestry of courage, sacrifice, and love waiting to unfold. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an orange glow over the ancient city of Troy. It was a city wrapped in legend, where walls stood tall and proud, guarding its people against countless foes. But on this fateful day, the air thrummed with an electric tension. The beauty of the moment belied the storm that brewed just beyond the horizon, an impending clash that would echo through ages. The Trojan War did not simply emerge from the mists of time. It was birthed from a tapestry of jealousy, love, and a fateful quarrel among the gods. The seeds were sown at the wedding of Peleus and Thetis, a union meant to unite the divine and mortal realms. All the gods and goddesses were invited, except one, Eris, the goddess of discord. Furious and seeking revenge, she tossed a golden apple into the crowd, inscribed with the words, "To the fairest." What followed was a cascade of desire and rivalry. Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite, each believing themselves worthy of the title, clamored for the apple. In their heated dispute, they turned to Paris, a prince of Troy, to judge their beauty. Each goddess offered him a gift. Hera promised power, Athena promised wisdom, and Aphrodite offered the love of the most beautiful mortal woman, Helen of Sparta. Paris, entranced by Aphrodite's promise, chose her as the winner, unwittingly igniting a flame that would consume nations. Helen, the daughter of Zeus and Leda, was indeed the most beautiful woman in the world, but her heart belonged to Menelaus, king of Sparta. When Paris swept her away to Troy, the world held its breath. Menelaus, seething with betrayal, called upon his brother Agamemnon, the mighty king of Mycenae, to help retrieve Helen. Agamemnon rallied the fiercest warriors of Greece, a coalition that included heroes whose names would be whispered for centuries: Achilles, Odysseus, and Ajax, among others. As they sailed across the Aegean Sea towards Troy, tensions mounted. Achilles, the greatest warrior, was driven by a thirst for glory, but a clash with Agamemnon would soon turn his fury against his own allies. The winds of fate howled, and so began a decade-long siege that would warp the hearts of men and shape the destiny of a civilization. Troy stood resolute, its walls a testament to its people's bravery. Led by King Priam, the city's defenders included Hector, the noble prince and warrior, whose heart beat fiercely for his family and his homeland. Each day, as the sun kissed the horizon, the clash of swords rang out, echoing the sorrow of countless souls. Families were torn apart and friendships shattered, all for the whims of gods and men alike. The war was a stage where heroism and tragedy danced side by side. Achilles, a warrior unlike any other, was invincible save for a single point on his body, his heel. But even a hero can be brought low. When Agamemnon seized Achilles' war prize, Briseis, it ignited a rage that sent shockwaves through the Greek camp. Achilles, withdrawing from battle, chose pride over camaraderie, leaving his comrades vulnerable. The tides of war turned, and the Greeks began to falter without their champion. Yet, in the shadows, the gods played their games. Athena and Hera supported the Greeks, while Aphrodite and Ares favored the Trojans. As the blood of warriors soaked the earth, the battlefields became a canvas of glory and despair. Heroes fell, their names carved into history, their stories twisted into legends. Patroclus, Achilles' beloved friend, donned his armor and entered the fray, trying to fill the void left by his friend. The sight of Patroclus in Achilles' armor sent tremors through the hearts of his enemies, giving the Greeks newfound hope. But the joy was fleeting. Hector, defending his city, faced Patroclus in a clash that would end in sorrow. With a single blow, Hector struck down the beloved friend, igniting a firestorm of grief in Achilles' heart. The once proud warrior, consumed by rage, returned to battle, his wrath unleashed. The walls of Troy trembled as Achilles carved through the Trojan ranks, a whirlwind of vengeance. In the midst of chaos, the price of ambition was steep. Hector, the noble defender of Troy, faced Achilles in a duel that felt like the weight of the world rested on their shoulders. The two titans clashed, their destinies intertwined. In a moment that felt frozen in time, Achilles struck Hector down. The sorrow poured from his heart. But revenge had blinded him to the loss that lay ahead. He desecrated Hector's body, dragging it behind his chariot, an act that would ignite the wrath of the gods. As the years of warfare dragged on, the balance of power shifted like the winds. Odysseus, the master of cunning, devised a plan that would tip the scales. The infamous wooden horse was brought to Troy, a deceptive gift that masked a force of destruction within. The Trojans, blinded by victory, welcomed it into their city. That fateful night, as the moon shone brightly, the Greek warriors emerged from the hollow belly of the horse, wreaking havoc upon the unsuspecting inhabitants. The fall of Troy was not merely a defeat, it was a shattering of dreams, a cry of despair that echoed through the ages. Fire consumed the city, walls crumbled, and the laughter of gods turned into haunting wails. Women were taken as prizes, families were torn apart, and the cycle of vengeance began anew. Priam, the once mighty king, found himself on his knees before Achilles, begging for the return of his son's body, a moment that would pierce the hearts of those who bore witness. The consequences of the Trojan War were not confined to its battlefield. The reverberations shook the very foundations of Greek society. Heroes returned home, but they carried with them the weight of loss, secrets, and the haunting memories of their actions. The tales of glory faded into whispers of sorrow, and the war became a timeless reminder of the costs of pride and love. As the embers of Troy smoldered, new legends were born from the ashes, stories that would forever intertwine the fates of the living and the dead. The war had changed everything, and in its wake, heroes would rise and fall, families would be torn asunder, and the gods would watch from their lofty thrones, weaving the next chapter of a tale that had only just begun. The echoes of war continued to ripple through time, reminding all who dared to listen that the line between love and hate is often razor thin. The sun began to dip below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the battlefield. A chill swept through the air, a whisper of impending doom that caressed the skin of every soldier. Among them stood a figure unlike any other, a warrior forged in the fires of destiny, Achilles. His presence commanded respect, fear, and awe, and as he tightened his grip on his gleaming sword, the world around him faded into insignificance. Here was a man who seemed to have the strength of 10,000 lions, yet within him lay a storm of conflicting emotions, a duality that would shape the very fabric of his existence. Achilles was not just a warrior, he was a legend, a demigod born of the sea nymph Thetis and the mortal king Peleus. His very blood flowed with power, and his destiny was woven into the tapestry of fate. But even as he stood as the mightiest of heroes, his heart bore the weight of personal struggle. Fierce and unyielding on the outside, within him roiled a tempest of pride, anger, and a desperate longing for acceptance. Achilles was the greatest warrior, But he was also a man torn between glory and vulnerability, a living paradox. The whispers of the wind carried the tales of his wrath, tales spoken in hushed tones by those who dared to name him. In the heat of battle, he was an unstoppable force, a whirlwind of destruction. His spear pierced through armor as if it were little more than parchment, and the cries of the fallen echoed in the air, haunting reminders of his prowess. Yet, beneath that fierce exterior, lay a heart capable of profound love and deep sorrow. The loss of his beloved friend, Patroclus, would unravel the very core of his being, exposing the chasm of pain that festered beneath his bravado. As the sun sank lower, the battlefield transformed into a theater of chaos. The clashing of swords rang like thunder, and the cries of soldiers filled the air, a symphony of war. Achilles, with his brilliant armor glinting in the fading light, charged forward like a lioness defending her cubs. Each step he took sent tremors through the earth, and with each swing of his sword, he carved a path through his enemies, leaving a trail of devastation in his wake. But even as he fought with unmatched ferocity, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. What was it all for? Would the glory of victory erase the haunting memories of Patroclus's lifeless body? The very thought sent a shiver down his spine, and for a moment his heart ached with an emotion he had long suppressed. The duality of Achilles was not simply a matter of strength. It was also about love, loss, and the insatiable quest for purpose. In the midst of battle, he encountered Hector, the noble prince of Troy, a man who stood as a symbol of resistance. Their eyes locked, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. Here were two warriors, destined to clash, yet both burdened with the weight of their own stories. Hector fought for his people, for honor and duty, while Achilles fought for something much more personal, a chance to reclaim his lost friend and avenge the betrayal he felt at the hands of those he once called allies. The clash of their weapons resonated like thunder, each strike echoing the turmoil within them. Achilles' rage ignited like a wildfire, every blow fueled by the pain of his grief. Yet, as the battle raged on, a flicker of doubt whispered in his ear. Was this rage truly what he sought? Would slaying Hector fill the void left by Patroclus? The answer eluded him, slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. With each thrust of his spear, Achilles grappled with the weight of his own legacy. He was a hero, a figure immortalized in song and story. Yet the reality of his existence was a raging tempest. The cheers of his comrades faded into the background, and all that remained was the haunting image of his friend. The battle morphed into something more than a fight for glory. It became a desperate search for meaning in a world that had once promised him everything. As Achilles finally struck the decisive blow against Hector, he felt a surge of triumph mingle with a profound emptiness. The great warrior fell, and the world around him stilled for a heartbeat. But the victory felt hollow, a cruel reminder that no amount of glory could bring back the one he loved. Achilles stood over Hector's fallen form, and the cheers of victory turned to echoes of despair. For in that moment, he realized that all that remained was a shadow of his former self, a warrior forever haunted by the ghosts of those he had lost. The battlefield, once a theater of glory, transformed into a graveyard of dreams. Blood soaked the earth, and the cries of the dying merged with the silence of the fallen. Achilles, his heart heavy with the burden of his choices, turned away from the lifeless body of Hector. His own victory felt like a betrayal, a wound that would never heal. And then came the whispers again, the soft, haunting tones that reminded him of everything he had sacrificed. The duality of Achilles was laid bare. He was both the greatest warrior and a man yearning for connection, for understanding. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the battlefield, Achilles' heart was a storm of conflicting emotions, a reminder that even the mightiest of heroes are not immune to the tides of sorrow. With every step away from the battlefield, he felt the chains of destiny tightening around him. Each link weighed heavily with the echoes of laughter, the warmth of friendship, and the stinging pain of loss. The path ahead was uncertain, but one thing remained clear. Achilles was not just a warrior. He was a man wrestling with the complexities of his own humanity, a relentless search for meaning amidst the chaos of life. And so, the saga of Achilles continued, a story woven with threads of glory and grief, a hero forever caught in the dance of duality, where every victory came at a cost, and every triumph was shadowed by the weight of the past. The sun set slowly, and with it, a new chapter awaited. One that would delve deeper into the heart of this legendary figure, whose path was far from over. The sea was alive with whispers, as waves crashed against the ship's hull, sending shivers of saltwater mist into the air. Odysseus stood at the helm, a man worn and weathered, yet fierce as the tempest that raged around him. His heart ached, not just from the trials of the past years, but from the bittersweet taste of longing that clung to his soul. Home. Just the thought of it was enough to ignite a flicker of hope in his chest. Ithaca, the land of his birth, lay beyond the horizon, yet every mile felt like a century. The memories of fierce battles and cunning escapes danced in his mind like phantoms. The Cyclops, with his single eye glaring down from his monstrous height. The sirens, whose enchanting songs still echoed in his ears, threatening to drown him in sorrow. Each encounter left a mark upon his heart, yet none so deep as the memory of his beloved Penelope waiting for him, faith unwavering, despite the years that had slipped away like sand through his fingers. As dawn broke, the sun spilled golden rays across the water, revealing a glimmering path that stretched toward the distant shores of Ithaca. But the sea was never a friend to Odysseus. It was a merciless force, filled with treachery and illusions. Just as hope surged, a dark shape loomed on the horizon, a storm brewing, dark clouds gathering like a shroud of despair. Fear twisted in his gut, an all-too-familiar companion. "Steady, men," Odysseus called out, his voice cutting through the rising winds. "We've faced worse. Together, we will conquer this." His crew, loyal and weary, nodded with renewed determination. Each man had fought with him against impossible odds, and yet they remained tethered by a bond forged in blood and sacrifice. But the storm was relentless, crashing waves like fists, tossing the ship as if it were a mere toy. The sky darkened and lightning flashed, illuminating the grim faces around him for a heartbeat. Fear coiled in the air, thick and suffocating, yet Odysseus held his ground. Memories of his family, the warmth of his son Telemachus's laughter, the gentle strength of Penelope, sparked a flame within him. With every heartbeat, he fought against despair. Suddenly, a monstrous wave surged, higher than the mast, a wall of water ready to consume them all. "Hold fast!" Odysseus shouted, grabbing the steering oar with all his strength. The world narrowed to that single moment, the pulse of survival thrumming in his ears, drowning out the cries of the men around him. The ship creaked and groaned, wood protesting against the raging sea. Odysseus's heart raced as he felt the ship tilt dangerously. He had faced gods and monsters, but nothing felt as precarious, as this moment. The wave crashed down, a torrent of chaos, and for a breathless instant he felt weightless, suspended between the realms of life and death. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the storm quieted. The ocean stilled, the sun breaking through the remaining clouds, casting a shimmering light on the turbulent waters. Odysseus and his crew gasped. Collapsing in relief, the thundering of their hearts echoing in the silence that followed. Yet, even amidst the tranquility, a shadow lingered. Doubt gnawed at Odysseus's mind. Would he truly find his way home? The thought chased him like a relentless specter. He thought of the suitors swarming his home, feasting at his table, mocking his absence. Penelope, steadfast as ever, remained a beacon of hope. But how much longer could she hold out against their advances? Days turned into weeks, and the distant shores of Ithaca remained stubbornly out of reach. Each sunset brought with it a heavy heart, a sinking feeling that perhaps he would never see his homeland again. But fate, it seemed, had its own plans. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, a shadow appeared on the water. A figure tall and imposing emerged from the waves, a goddess, radiant and fierce. Athena, her eyes bright with wisdom, stood before him. "Odysseus," she called, her voice ringing like a bell. "Your trials are nearly at an end. Trust in your strength and the love waiting for you." Hope surged within him, igniting a fire that had long been flickering. "Athena," he whispered, "how can I navigate the treachery that lies ahead? The suitors mock my absence, and Penelope suffers." With a gentle wave of her hand, the goddess revealed visions of his home and family, their faces full of longing but unwavering in their belief. "You have faced the worst, Odysseus. Return and reclaim what is yours. Trust in your cunning and your heart." As Athena vanished into the mist, Odysseus felt a new resolve envelop him. The memories of his loved ones fueled his spirit, igniting a fierce determination. He rallied his men, their eyes shining with renewed purpose. Together, they set a course for Ithaca, the promise of home guiding their way. But the journey was not without peril. As they neared the shores, the winds shifted, fierce and unforgiving. The ship was tossed like a leaf in a storm, and the rocky coastline loomed closer, a jagged threat. Odysseus's heart raced, each beat a drum urging him forward. The shadows of the past clawed at him, reminding him of every battle lost, every heartache endured. With each gust of wind, memories flooded his mind. His father's laughter, the warmth of Penelope's embrace, Telemachus's eager eyes searching for his father. With a roar that shook the heavens, Odysseus steered the ship through the chaos. The shores of Ithaca finally coming into view, a shimmering oasis of hope amidst the turmoil. Yet, as they approached, a new fear gripped him. What awaited him on that familiar soil? Would he be the king returning to his throne, or just a ghost, haunting the memories of a life once lived? As they sailed closer, the horizon blurred, a haze of uncertainty hanging in the air like a storm cloud, heavy with the weight of choice and consequence. The battle for Ithaca was about to begin, and Odysseus felt the fire of destiny burn bright within him. In the ancient world, whispers of powerful figures echoed through the temples and marketplaces, stories of women who wielded authority as great as any king. A woman could be a goddess or a mortal, yet their influence stretched across time and space, touching the hearts and lives of many. With each tale, the line between divine and human blurred, weaving a tapestry rich with emotion, struggle, and strength. The goddess Ishtar, celebrated in Babylon, was not just a figure of worship, but a symbol of love, war, and fertility. Her statues stood tall, beckoning both the devoted and the curious. Devotees came to her shrines, offering gifts of fruits, flowers, and precious gems, each item a token of desire for her favor. It was said that when Ishtar walked the earth, her footsteps carved paths of compassion and chaos. The people revered her not only for her beauty, but for her fierce independence, the embodiment of a woman's right to love whom she chose, to fight for what she believed, and to demand respect in a world often ruled by men. Meanwhile, in Greece, the goddess Athena emerged as the paragon of wisdom and warfare. Her birth was unlike any other. Emerging fully grown from the head of Zeus, she was the product of intellect and strategy. For the Athenians, she was the protector of the city, the keeper of knowledge, and a guiding hand in the arts. Women, although often relegated to the shadows, found inspiration in her strength. They gathered in hushed tones, sharing tales of Athena's bravery, drawing courage to challenge the limitations placed upon them. In this way, Athena transcended her divine status, stirring a passion within mortal women to seek their own voices in a world that silenced them. Yet, not all women wore crowns or reigned from the heavens. The lives of ordinary women in ancient societies were filled with trials and tribulations, yet their spirits burned bright. They were the backbone of their families and communities, weaving together threads of love, resilience, and hope. In ancient Egypt, women like Hatshepsut rose to power, donning the pharaoh's crown and leading her people with the wisdom gained from navigating a male-dominated world. Her reign shattered expectations, inspiring generations of women to believe in the possibility of their own ascension, to dream of wielding power in a society that often dismissed them. In the marketplace of ancient Rome, women held sway in subtler ways. They skillfully managed businesses, ran households, and influenced political decisions from behind the scenes. Their voices may not have echoed through the Senate, but their whispers shaped the very fabric of society. They were the mothers who taught their children the values of loyalty and strength, the wives who supported their husbands' ambitions, and the sisters who rallied together in times of need. Through their connections and courage, they molded the world, defying the confines of their roles and asserting their worth. As the sun set over the Mediterranean, the stories of these women intertwined with those of the goddesses they worshipped. Each tale was a thread in a larger narrative of strength and vulnerability, a reminder that whether divine or mortal, women shared a common struggle. They fought for recognition, autonomy, and dignity in a landscape often hostile to their existence. The ancient world pulsed with their stories, resting on the edges of history, waiting to be remembered. In the shadows of these strong figures, the influence of women seeped into every layer of society. Priests and leaders sought their counsel, recognizing their wisdom and insight. Many times, a woman's intuition could rival any oracle. The truth they carried was fierce, igniting movements and sparking revolutions among the people who revered them. In ancient Celtic tribes, women were not only leaders, but warriors, standing shoulder to shoulder with men on the battlefield, their fierce hearts a testament to the power they wielded. But the weight of societal expectations often hung heavy. While they inspired revolutions and challenged norms, they also bore the burden of sacrifice. The lives of these women were often marred by pain, loss, and the struggle for identity. Many faced the cruel hand of fate, their voices silenced, their stories buried beneath the weight of history. Yet, their spirits lingered on, propelling future generations to rise against oppression and seek justice. As the tales of these remarkable women echoed through the ages, their influence seeped into the very roots of culture. From literature and art to philosophy and politics, their legacies were stamped into the consciousness of humanity. The goddesses' power thrived in the hearts of the mortals, igniting a fire that would not be easily extinguished. The stories passed down through generations became a source of comfort and strength, a guiding light to those who felt lost in the darkness. Every new dawn brought with it the hope that the next generation of women would know the breadth of their potential. They would stand on the shoulders of giants, inspired by the lives of those who defied convention, those who carved their names into history. The struggle for equality and recognition raged on, fueled by the voices of the past. The divine and the mortal coalesced into a force that refused to be ignored. In the quiet moments, as the sun dipped below the horizon, one could almost hear the echoes of laughter and cries of defiance, a reminder that the stories of goddesses and mortals were interwoven, guiding the steps of those who came after. The world held its breath, poised on the cusp of change. Each woman, whether adorned in the robes of a goddess or the simple garb of a peasant, carried the spirit of those who came before her, a legacy that would continue to rise and inspire, forever entwined with the pulse of history. In a dimly lit chamber, where shadows danced on ancient stone walls, 3 figures sat in silence, their fingers deftly moving across threads of fate. The air was thick with an unspoken tension, a weight that pressed against the very essence of time itself. These were the Fates, Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos, who spun, measured, and cut the thread of life. Beneath their delicate hands lay the power to shape destinies, to grant life, or to sever it. Each thread was a story, vibrant with hope, despair, triumph, and tragedy, intertwining into the intricate tapestry of existence. Clotho, the youngest of the 3, was forever cheerful, her laughter mingling with the soft whispers of the spinning wheel. Bright golden strands flowed from her fingers, symbolizing the beginning of life, the moment when a soul entered the world, full of potential and endless possibilities. She hummed a tune, one that echoed through the ages, capturing the joy of newborn cries and the first steps taken in wonder. Yet, with every joyful spin, there lay a lurking shadow, a reminder that every beginning must one day meet its end. The tension simmered as Clotho continued her work, unaware of the inevitable choices that awaited her sisters. Across the room sat Lachesis, the middle sister, who measured the threads with a careful eye, her expression serious and contemplative. Each measurement she took was a heartbeat, a moment in time captured and preserved. With the precision of a master craftsman, she determined how long each life would last, weighing the joys against the sorrows. The air crackled with her intensity, for she knew that with every decision came a weighty consequence. Her heart ached at the thought of lives cut short or extended beyond their natural time. The fates of kings and beggars alike rested in her hands, and the burden of such power was a heavy cloak strapped to her shoulders. Then there was Atropos, the eldest, the one who wielded the sharp scissor blades that could sever the very thread of life. Her demeanor was cold, her gaze inscrutable. A silent guardian of endings, she understood that every thread she cut was a life extinguished, a story concluded. The echoes of those lost lingered in the air, haunting her as she prepared to fulfill her grim duty. In the stillness, she would sometimes close her eyes, feeling the weight of every life that had passed through her hands. With each snip, she embraced the inevitability of death and the bittersweet beauty of a life well lived. As the sisters worked in rhythm, The atmosphere shifted. A dark whisper traveled through the ether, a disturbance in the delicate balance of fate. From the corner of her eye, Lachesis caught a glimpse of a thread shimmering more than the others. A thread threadbare, yet filled with an energy that pulsed like a drumbeat. She leaned closer, squinting to see what lay within. It was a life that had faced unimaginable trials, yet refused to be extinguished. The thread twisted and turned, like a river fighting its way through jagged rocks, and it sent shivers down her spine. "What is this?" Lachesis murmured, her voice shaky, breaking the silence that hung like a storm cloud over the room. Atropos, sensing the shift, opened her eyes wide, her heart racing. "Do not let it distract you," she cautioned, her voice low but firm. "Only the natural order must remain." But Clotho, captivated by the vibrant essence of the thread, could not turn away. "But what if it defies all odds?" she whispered, her fascination palpable. "What if it tells a story worth telling?" The three sisters exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. They were bound by duty, yet curious about the path this life might take. It was a dance with fate, dangerous yet intoxicating. The room crackled with tension as they contemplated this unexpected twist, the weight of their power feeling heavier than ever before. Each sister clung to her own convictions, battling against the tide of destiny that threatened to sweep through their sacred space. Lachesis, torn between her role as the measurer of time and the allure of this unusual thread, felt her heart race faster. The fabric of existence was alive before them, pulsing with the heartbeat of a hero. The thread told of battles fought bravely, of love ignited in the quietest of moments, of laughter shared around flickering fires, even in the darkest of times. But it also whispered of losses, of heartbreak that could shatter even the strongest spirit. Atropos, however, remained resolute. "Each life follows its course," she stated, her voice a chilling calm that belied the storm brewing just beneath the surface. "We cannot interfere. To do so would unravel everything." Yet Clotho felt a flicker of rebellion ignite in her heart. "What if we could weave a different ending?" she proposed, her voice bright but edged with uncertainty. "What if we could give them hope?" The tension in the room shifted once more, an electric charge coursing through the air. Each sister grappled with the gravity of their choices, torn between the sacred laws they upheld and the possibility of altering fate itself. Time slowed, echoing the pulse of the life force within the shimmering thread, as the three fates stood at the precipice of decision. Outside their chamber, the world continued to spin, unaware of the monumental struggle unfolding behind closed doors. Heroes were born, battles were waged, and destinies collided with every passing moment. Every choice made, every thread woven, rippled through the fabric of existence, creating a chain of events that would resonate for eternity. And as the sisters confronted the very essence of destiny, the room seemed to shimmer with the possibilities of what could be, their hearts racing with the thrill of the unknown. The stakes grew higher, the threads of fate intertwining in ways they had never anticipated. Would they choose to follow the path laid before them? Or would they dare to dream and reshape the very fabric of life? The answers lay just beyond their grasp, a heartbeat away, as the intricacies of life beckoned, weaving a tale that would forever change the lives of those waiting on the other side. In a world where creativity flows like a river, and every whisper of the wind carries the echoes of ancient songs, the muses reign supreme. They are not mere figures in a story. They are the essence of inspiration, breathing life into the very fabric of art and culture. 9 divine sisters, each one a guardian of a different facet of human expression. They inspire poets to pen verses that could silence a raging storm, artists to capture the beauty of the world with just a stroke of a brush, and musicians to conjure melodies that linger long after the last note fades. Calliope, the eldest, her voice a melody of wisdom, stirs the hearts of those who write epic tales. She stands on the cliffs of Mount Olympus, her gaze piercing through the clouds, urging poets to reach for greatness. The stories she inspires weave heroes and legends that dance across time, leaving echoes in the hearts of generations. It is said that her touch can transform a mundane tale into a grand narrative, full of passion and valor, pulling readers into a world where they can almost feel the thrill of battle and the sweetness of victory. Clio, the muse of history, holds the past in her delicate hands. With her scrolls unfurled, she captures moments that would otherwise slip away, ensuring that they are remembered forever. Her breath is the dust of ancient roads and forgotten cities. When she whispers, historians awaken, eager to piece together the fragments of time. The weight of her knowledge is profound. She carries the stories of lost civilizations and triumphant victories, each one a lesson, a warning, or a celebration. Her presence alone can ignite a flame of curiosity within the hearts of those who seek to understand where they come from. Erato, the muse of love poetry, wields a lyre that resonates with the pulse of romance. Her laughter rings like the sweetest melody, intoxicating lovers and dreamers alike. With every strum of her strings, hearts flutter in unison, and emotions spill forth like a river of stars. She crafts verses that speak of longing, desire, and the bittersweet ache of unrequited love. Those who feel her influence often find themselves caught in a whirlwind of passion, their hearts beating wildly as they pour their souls onto paper, each word a testament to love's power to uplift and consume. The gentle touch of Melpomene, the muse of tragedy, evokes tears before the story even begins. She wears a mask of sorrow, reminding humanity of the fragility of life. Her stories are not easy. They delve into the darkest corners of the human experience, where pain and joy intertwine. The catharsis she provides is both a gift and a burden. Through her, playwrights and poets create masterpieces that linger in the heart like a haunting melody, revealing the beauty that can rise from despair. Those who dare to embrace her muse often find themselves faced with the raw truth of existence, compelling them to confront their fears and vulnerabilities. Thalia, the muse of comedy, bursts into the scene like a ray of sunlight breaking through storm clouds. With her playful spirit, she lightens the hearts of those who seek laughter amid life's chaos. Her presence is a gentle reminder that joy can be found even in the most trying of times. The stories she inspires are filled with wit and humor, turning mundane moments into delightful escapades. It is impossible to resist her charm. Her laughter is contagious, reminding everyone that sometimes the best way to heal is through joy. Polyhymnia, the muse of sacred poetry, embodies the divine connection between humanity and the cosmos. She stands shrouded in mystery, her eyes reflecting the stars above. When she speaks, it is as if the universe itself has opened its arms, inviting mortals to join in a cosmic dance of creation. Her influence inspires hymns and prayers that transcend time, connecting the past with the present in a tapestry of devotion. Those inspired by her voice find themselves soaring, their spirits lifted by the power of belief and the beauty of the unseen. Urania, the muse of astronomy, gazes into the heavens with a celestial spark in her eye. She reveals the wonders of the universe, urging scholars and dreamers to explore the cosmos. With her guidance, they chart the stars, mapping constellations that tell ancient stories. Her influence can spark a sense of wonder that transcends the earthly realm, reminding all of the vastness of existence. In her presence, the mysteries of the universe unfold, igniting a passion for discovery that knows no bounds. Finally, there is Calliope's younger sister, the radiant Euterpe, the muse of music. She holds the gift of sound, weaving melodies that resonate with the soul. Her songs can evoke memories long buried, stirring emotions that seem to lie dormant until her notes awaken them. Musicians inspired by her spirit create symphonies that echo across valleys and reach the ears of the farthest traveler. Each note is a heartbeat, each rhythm a pulse of life, wrapping around listeners like a warm embrace. These 9 muses, each a beacon of creativity, are not just figures of myth. They embody the very essence of what it means to create. They are the whispers in the air that ignite inspiration, the silent cheerleaders supporting every artist's endeavor. In their presence, creativity flourishes, and the human spirit soars, breaking free from the confines of the everyday. In ancient Greece, the muses were revered, not merely as deities, but as essential forces that fueled the human experience. Artists would offer prayers and sacrifices to seek their favor, hoping to catch a glimpse of their divine light. The Temple of the Muses at Helicon was a sacred place where people gathered to celebrate the arts, playing music and reciting poetry in their honor. The air would be thick with anticipation, a tangible buzz of creativity, as inspiration surged through the crowd like an electric current. Even the great philosophers believed in the power of the muses. They recognized that creativity was not solely a product of the human mind, but a dance shared with the divine. The muses were seen as channels through which ideas flowed, a connection to something greater that transcended individual talent. Artists and thinkers alike were humble, often attributing their successes to the blessings of these goddesses rather than their own abilities. As the sun set over the hills of Greece, casting a golden hue across the land, the muses continued their timeless dance, weaving threads of inspiration into the very fabric of existence. With every heartbeat, they called out to those willing to listen, promising that through their guidance, ordinary souls could create extraordinary art that would echo through the ages. The world was alive with possibility, and each moment held the promise of a new story waiting to be told, a new song yearning to be sung. The stage was set, the canvas blank, and the muses awaited their next devotee, ready to set the world ablaze with inspiration. In the beginning, the world was a canvas of darkness, a silent void stretching infinitely in all directions. Then, from that stillness, a whisper emerged, a voice that would shape the cosmos, a heartbeat that would spark the divine. This moment of creation, filled with raw energy, birthed not just the universe, but an orchestra of myths that would ripple through time, echoing cultures and civilizations. Each story, a thread woven into the vast tapestry of human experience, captures the essence of what it means to be alive, to wonder, to dream. In ancient Mesopotamia, the epic of the Enuma Elish unfolded with vibrancy. From the chaotic waters of Apsu and Tiamat, the first gods were born. The clash of the primordial forces birthed Marduk, whose spear of lightning would bring order to the tumult. The tale of Marduk's fierce battle resonates with the human spirit's eternal struggle against chaos. The heavens and earth, crafted from the remains of vanquished monsters, remind the listeners of their own battles, of rising from the ashes, of forging a new path in the aftermath of despair. Meanwhile, on distant shores, in the vastness of the Pacific, the Polynesian creation myths spoke of the god Tangaroa, who breathed life into the ocean, giving birth to islands and people alike. The waves became sacred, embodying the spirit of life and continuity. The rhythm of the tides echoed the pulse of existence, connecting land and sea, past and present. Each island, a unique story, each wave, a reminder that life is a series of ebbs and flows, an intricate dance of creation and destruction. In contrast, the ancient Egyptians gazed at the Nile, their lifeblood, and imagined the world emerging from the dark waters of Nun. The god Atum arose, self-created and powerful, who then spawned the first gods through his breath, embodying the cycle of life and death. The sun god Ra, journeying through the underworld each night, represents the eternal cycle of rebirth. The pyramids, standing against the desert sky, whisper of eternity, of a vision that transcends time, echoing the belief that death is not an ending, but a transformation. Across the Mediterranean, the Greeks found meaning in the myth of Gaia and Uranus. The primal earth and sky united, giving birth to titans and human beings, a narrative rich with symbolism. Each god and goddess, a reflection of the human condition, desire, jealousy, love, and vengeance. The tales of their interactions remind us that creation is not merely an act of God, but a mirror of our own complexities, our frailties, interwoven with our strengths. In the depths of the African savanna, the Dogon people tell stories of Nomo, twin beings descending from the stars, bringing knowledge and wisdom to Earth. Their cosmology intertwines with the stars, connecting humanity to the universe. This celestial connection ignites a fire in the heart of every listener, a sense of belonging in a vast cosmos. The stars above, ancient guides, remind them of their origins and the stories that fill the spaces between. Farther east, in the rich landscapes of India, the myth of Vishnu's cosmic sleep emerges. In the depths of the ocean of chaos, he rests, dreaming the universe into existence. Each breath of Vishnu creates worlds, each exhale a new life. The cyclical nature of creation and destruction resonates deeply within the souls of those who tell these tales, emphasizing that endings are merely new beginnings, a constant renewal in the grand design of existence. The Inuit peoples, living at the edge of the world, have stories of the raven who stole light to bring illumination to the darkness. The raven, a trickster, symbolizes the duality of existence, light and dark, creation and chaos. His journey from shadow to light resonates in the hearts of many, reminding them that hope often lies in unexpected places, in the depths of despair, where the first flickers of light can be found. Even in the jungles of the Amazon, the creation myths of the indigenous tribes speak of a great anaconda that wrapped around the earth, shaping mountains and rivers with its mighty body. This serpent embodies the earth's vitality, a symbol of life that nourishes and protects. The stories of the people intertwine with the land, creating an unbreakable bond that speaks of love for nature and the sacredness of existence. Then there are the myths of the Native American tribes, like the Lakota, who share the story of Wakantanka, the Great Spirit, breathing life into the world. The earth and sky, united in a sacred bond, give birth to all creatures. These narratives are imbued with respect for nature, teaching generations that creation is a gift, a cycle that must be honored and cherished. In each of these tales, the symbols of creation, the primordial waters, the great serpent, the self-created god, serve as reminders of humanity's quest for understanding. These myths, passed down through generations, are not mere stories. They are the fabric of culture, the essence of identity, and the reflection of the human experience. They tap into something primal. They awaken emotions and stir passions. The struggle between light and dark, the quest for knowledge, the dance of life and death. These themes resonate across time and space, uniting people in shared experiences, in the collective journey of existence. Each culture paints its canvas with different colors, each myth echoing the same profound truths. As the tales unfold, their richness serves as a reminder that creation is not just an ancient concept, but an ever-present reality. The myths pulse with life, inviting contemplation, stirring the heart, igniting the imagination. The stories seem to whisper to one another, creating a chorus of creation myths that resonate across continents. They invite listeners to see themselves within the narrative, to feel the tension of creation and destruction, to embrace the complexity of existence with open arms. And as the last words of a creation myth hang in the air, they transform into the beginning of another tale. The stories flow seamlessly, intertwining, as if the universe itself is breathing, shifting, and evolving. Each myth is like a star in the night sky, bright yet distant, beckoning the heart to yearn for understanding, to seek the next chapter in the saga of life. This cycle of creation, like the ever-turning wheel of life, continues, weaving through the fabric of time, each thread a story waiting to be told. In the quiet corners of history, whispers of the afterlife echo through time, like flickering shadows cast by a dimming flame. Ancient cultures, with their myriad beliefs and myths surrounding death, have always faced one undeniable truth. Every soul must depart from the living world. They crafted narratives that painted the unknown in vivid colors, both terrifying and beautiful, as they sought to make sense of what lay beyond. In ancient Egypt, the dead were not simply gone. They were transformed. The body, carefully mummified, was a vessel for the soul's journey. The Book of the Dead, a sacred text filled with spells and illustrations, served as a guidebook for the deceased, leading them through the treacherous landscapes of the afterlife. Imagine a soul standing before the feather of Ma'at, the goddess of truth, while the heart is weighed against it. The stakes were monumental. A heavy heart meant annihilation, while a light heart promised eternal life in the blissful fields of Yalu. Here, the notion of justice intertwined with the very essence of existence, making the Egyptians fiercely devoted to moral living and proper burial rituals. Traveling westward, the Greeks spun tales of the underworld ruled by Hades, the god who welcomed souls to his shadowy domain. This realm was not a place of eternal punishment, but rather a continuation of existence, filled with echoes of the past. The river Styx, a boundary between the living and the dead, was crossed by souls guided by Charon, the ferryman. To ensure safe passage, the living placed coins in the mouths of the dead, an offering to avoid the wrath of being stranded in limbo. How chilling it must have been to stand on the banks of that river, watching loved ones fade into the mist, their fate uncertain beyond the waters. The Greeks believed in the Elysian fields, a paradise for the virtuous, where heroes and the righteous found eternal joy beneath a golden sun. But what of those who had lived less noble lives? The tales of Tartarus, a prison for the wicked, struck fear into the hearts of many. No one wanted to be a soul tormented by the Furies, relentless spirits of vengeance. The stories were cautionary, filled with echoes of remorse, urging the living to tread lightly and consider the weight of their choices. Across the world, the myths of the underworld took on varying forms. The Norse people envisioned a chilling realm called Hell, ruled by the goddess of the same name. Here, the dead were sorted according to how they had lived. Valhalla awaited the brave warriors who died in battle, while those who passed away in less glorious ways found themselves in Hell's cold grasp. The stark division between honor and disgrace painted a vivid picture of how one's life choices led to a destiny that echoed in eternity. With every tale, the urgency grew, a reminder that every action held weight. In the vibrant cultures of Mesoamerica, the underworld was not merely a shadowy abyss, but a complex tapestry of life and death. The Aztecs believed in Mictlan, a land ruled by the god of the dead, Mictlantecutli. The journey to this realm was fraught with challenges. Souls faced trials and treacheries as they navigated the 9 layers of the underworld. Only after 4 years could they hope to find peace, the echoes of their struggles resonating through the ages. Every ritual, every offering made to the gods felt imbued with desperation and hope, as families honored their ancestors to ensure safe passage and favor in the afterlife. Even in the fertile valleys of the Indus River, the beliefs surrounding death were rich and intricate. The concept of reincarnation permeated the cultures of ancient India. The cycle of birth, death, and rebirth, the endless wheel of samsara, was a journey influenced by karma. The actions of one life rippled into the next, weaving a complex pattern that determined the nature of future existence. The souls of the departed were believed to linger, sometimes returning to visit the living, bridging the gap between worlds and infusing life with a palpable sense of connection and continuity. As the sun set on each civilization's beliefs, the stories became woven into their identities, fostering a collective understanding. Death was not just an end, it was an integral part of life's grand tapestry, filled with emotions and lessons. The myths served as both comfort and caution, binding the living and the dead in a dance of remembrance and respect. Each culture's perspective, whether steeped in joy, fear, or reverence, was a testament to humanity's shared quest for understanding in the face of the inevitable. But beneath the surface of these beliefs lay a common thread that tugged at the heart: the profound fear of the unknown. What truly awaited in the shadowy expanse beyond the final breath? Would loved ones be waiting, or would they fade like whispers in the wind? Would one's deeds in life echo on, or would they be lost to time? These questions bound people together, igniting rituals and traditions meant to ease the passage, often steeped in sorrow and love. As the day drew to a close, the candles flickering in mourning homes seemed to cast longer shadows, illuminating the faces of those left behind. In every culture, the act of remembering the dead became an essential part of honoring their lives. Festivals, memorials, and rituals surged forth, creating a sacred space where the living could confront their grief while celebrating the lives that once were. It was a delicate balance, a moment caught between joy and sorrow, where the heartbeat of existence pulsed strongly, reminding all who lingered that death, too, was a part of the journey. And as these beliefs intertwined and evolved over time, the whispers of the underworld continued to resonate through the ages, urging the living to not only cherish their time, but to reflect on the legacies they would leave behind. With every story told and every memory shared, the dance between life and death flourished, a beautiful, haunting reminder of humanity's eternal quest for meaning in the midst of uncertainty. In ancient Greece, the air shimmered with anticipation as crowds gathered, their whispers weaving a tapestry of hope and fear. They came from distant lands, drawn by the promise of prophecy and divine guidance. At the center of it all stood Delphi, a sanctuary that pulsed with energy, its very stones steeped in the weight of centuries. Here, the priestess Pythia, draped in flowing robes, sat on a sacred tripod, shrouded in mist and mystery. Her voice, when it came, was like a thunderclap, echoing through the hearts of men. As the sun dipped behind the mountains, casting long shadows over the ancient temple, a sense of dread hung in the air. Would the oracle's words bring salvation or doom? For many, the stakes were high. Kings sought her counsel before battle, desperate to know if their armies would triumph. Lovers asked about their fates, trembling with uncertainty. The Pythia, with her eyes rolled back and her lips trembling, became the conduit between the mortal and the divine. The answers she provided were often cryptic, compelling those who sought guidance to ponder their meaning, twisting their interpretations like a labyrinth. Delphi was not alone in its prophetic prowess. Across the Mediterranean, other oracles flourished, each with their own unique gifts. At the temple of Zeus in Olympia, beneath the watchful eyes of towering columns, priests offered sacrifices in hopes of receiving a favorable omen. Meanwhile, the oracle of Dodona whispered secrets through the rustling leaves of sacred oak trees, where the divine spoke in the language of the wind. In each of these sacred places, the air crackled with the weight of destiny, drawing seekers into a spiral of longing and anxiety. The stories of those who approached these oracles were woven with emotion. A mother, desperate for news of her son lost at war, would kneel in the dust, her heart pounding with each word the priest uttered. A ruler, uncertain of his kingdom's future, would clutch his scepter tightly, as if it could somehow anchor him against the tides of fate. Here, in these moments of vulnerability, the line between the mortal world and the divine blurred, leaving behind an echo of raw humanity. In a time when the gods were believed to intervene in every aspect of life, the oracles became symbols of hope and fear, their predictions often shaping the course of history. The Battle of Marathon, an event forever etched in the annals of time, was influenced by a message from Delphi. Athenians believed the oracle had granted them favor, inspiring courage as they faced the invading Persians. With every clash of swords, the very essence of prophecy surged through the air, a potent reminder that the fates of men were often dictated by forces beyond their understanding. But not every prophecy was kindly woven. The tales were also filled with chilling predictions that sent shivers down spines. The grim warning of the oracle at Delphi to King Croesus, the wealthy ruler who, blinded by his own fortune, sought reassurance before launching a campaign, haunted generations. "If you cross the river, a great empire will fall," she told him. Croesus, misinterpreting her words, thought his victory assured. In a twist of fate, it was his own empire that crumbled, leaving behind a cautionary tale that echoed through time. In the dim light of candle flames, the stories of the oracles were told around flickering fires, passed down through generations. The mixture of awe and dread filled the hearts of those who listened. They understood that seeking the truth from the gods was not for the faint-hearted. It was a gamble, a dance with destiny. The oracles were revered and feared, each fluttering leaf, each cryptic utterance, a reminder of the delicate balance between hope and despair. As the sun rose over the sacred sites, casting golden rays upon the ancient stones, the rituals began anew. People gathered, their voices a harmonious murmur, a collective heartbeat resonating with longing. Each seeker approached the oracle with dreams in their eyes and burdens on their shoulders. The air was thick with desire, the kind that could only be quenched by the sweet nectar of insight. Did the gods smile upon them? Would they find their paths illuminated, or were they destined to wander in the shadows? Amidst the throngs, a young woman stepped forward. Her heart raced as she faced the oracle, the gravity of her question pressing heavily upon her. Would she find love? Would her life take the turn she longed for? The moment hung in the air, heavy with expectation. The Pythia inhaled deeply, her body racked with spasms, and then released a torrent of words, both beautiful and terrifying. The young woman's heart soared and broke all at once, as the prophecy unraveled before her, like an intricate tapestry. And as the echoes of the oracle's voice faded into silence, the young woman stood frozen, her world forever altered. She was not alone. Around her, the crowd felt the same blend of exhilaration and trepidation, their fates still intertwined with the unseen forces of the divine, just like the threads of fate that spun together. Each seeker's journey continued beyond the oracle's words, coiling into new paths, unfolding stories yet to be told. The power of the oracle held sway over lives, but like all things touched by divinity, it came with a price. What would they do with their newfound knowledge? Each revelation, each whispered truth, brought the weight of choice. Would they walk boldly into the unknown, or retreat into the safety of ignorance? The air crackled with the electric tension of possibilities, a reminder that the greatest prophecies often lay not just in the hands of the gods, but also in the hearts of those who dared to ask. A chilling wind swept through the quiet valley, rustling the leaves of ancient olive trees that had witnessed the unfolding of countless legends. In the heart of this sacred land, where whispers of the past lingered like the scent of wild thyme, the stories of transformation played out like a haunting melody, powerful and unforgettable. The air was thick with the promise of change, as if the very soil was charged with the electric possibility of metamorphosis. In Greek mythology, transformation was not just a tale, it was a fate that could strike anyone, at any moment. The whispers spoke of gods and mortals, love and loss, and the heart-stopping moments when one identity shattered, giving way to another. Among the most famous was the story of Daphne, a nymph who captured the heart of the sun god Apollo. Her laughter rang like bells in the air, bright and joyous, until the day desire turned into a desperate chase. Apollo, handsome and determined, pursued her with all the fervor of the sun's rays seeking the horizon. But as he caught up, desperate and breathless, Daphne, terrified and unwilling to be claimed, prayed for escape. The ground trembled beneath her, and in an instant, bark enveloped her body, branches sprouted from her fingertips, and she became a laurel tree, a being of beauty forever rooted in place, a symbol of victory, yet cursed to remain silent. Across the valleys, another tale unfolded, one that spoke of the cruel caprice of the gods. Actaeon, a skilled hunter whose pride would seal his fate, stumbled upon Artemis bathing in a secluded glade. The sight stole his breath away, a moment of pure wonder turned to horror. The goddess, fiercely protective of her modesty, transformed him into a stag. His own hounds, once loyal companions, would hunt him down, not recognizing the man they had once followed. As the pack closed in, the heart-wrenching cries of Actaeon echoed through the woods. His transformation was a tragedy, a metamorphosis layered in fear and loss, a reminder of the thin line between admiration and violation. The stories were not always steeped in anguish. Some glimmered with hope and longing. Take the tale of Eros and Psyche, where love conquered all. Psyche's beauty eclipsed even that of Aphrodite, igniting a jealousy that set the stage for a whirlwind of transformations. Under the watchful gaze of the goddess, Psyche faced trials that would forever change her. She journeyed into the depths of the underworld and emerged renewed by the trials she endured. Her spirit soared, transformed by the darkness into a radiant being, finally worthy of Eros's love. Their union, a celebration of resilience and transcendence, showcased how transformation could illuminate rather than shadow. Yet, not all who changed were victims or heroes. The infamous King Midas, driven by greed, found himself cursed with the golden touch, a blessing that quickly became a nightmare. Each object he touched turned to gold, glimmering and beautiful, but devoid of life. When his beloved daughter rushed into his arms, her laughter transformed into a lifeless statue. The unbreakable bond of love turned into an eternal reminder of his folly. Midas journeyed through his self-inflicted hell, yearning for the simple, warm touch of humanity that he had so carelessly discarded. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, the legends of transformation lay heavy in the air, each story a thread woven into the fabric of the ancient world. These weren't mere tales. They were warnings, lessons marked with the ink of human experience. The fear of changing, the desire to escape, and the yearning to understand one's place in a complex web of fate and choice were palpable in every whisper of the wind. Echoing through time, the tale of Niobe emerged, proud mother of 14, who boasted of her children to the goddess Leto. Her hubris brought forth a catastrophic wrath. Leto avenged her children, the mighty Apollo and Artemis, and as Niobe's heart shattered with grief, she was transformed into stone, forever weeping. The transformation was a testament to the dangers of pride, a cautionary tale shrouded in sorrow. Even in her stony existence, her tears flowed. An eternal reminder of her loss and hubris, a heart forever aching, forever turned to stone. The air crackled with tension, and the stories spun faster and faster, each figure dancing through the realm of myth. Persephone's descent into the underworld was another poignant transformation. The maiden who became queen, leaving the realm of light to embrace the shadows. Her story was one of duality, of cycles and seasons, a reminder that change is inevitable. With every autumn, she would leave her mother Demeter, plunging the world into sorrow, only to return with the spring, breathing life back into the earth. Her journey spoke of growth and renewal, a dance between light and dark, enticing and terrifying in equal measure. In the next breath, the legend of the Minotaur loomed large, a creature born of desire and deception, a monster trapped within the labyrinth of his own making, a bittersweet transformation that echoed through the ages, a reminder of how our choices can create cages, binding us to our darkest selves. The haunting cries of the beast reverberated through the twisting paths of the labyrinth, a tragic figure yearning for release, his very existence a tragic metamorphosis, birthed from lust, betrayal, and the convoluted nature of destiny. Then came the whispers of Orpheus and Eurydice, a love so profound that it defied death itself. Orpheus's journey into the underworld was a tale of raw emotion, a testament to love's power to transform despair into hope. But as he reached the surface, A single glance back would undo everything. Eurydice's spirit slipping from his grasp, a heartbreaking metamorphosis where love could not conquer the finality of fate. Their story echoed through the ages, a melody of longing, a reminder of the fragility of transformation and the eternal dance between life and death. Every turn of the story beckoned toward the next, a tapestry of emotions woven into each heartbeat of history, where the fates of gods and mortals intertwined, whispering secrets that lingered in the twilight. Every transformation a thread in the loom of life, binding the past to the present, each tale an echo of what was, what could be, a relentless flow of power, beauty, and tragedy, awaiting the next twist in the ever-unfolding narrative of existence. The air thickened with anticipation, a pulse that quickened as the stories of transformation continued to weave their eternal spell, inviting the listener to lean in just a little closer. A storm rages outside, lightning cracks the sky, and in the flickering light, shadows dance on the walls. In that moment, tales of heroes, gods, and monsters come alive, echoing through time like whispers in a darkened hall. The legacy of Greek mythology still grips the hearts and minds of those who dare to listen, shaping art, literature, and philosophy in ways that stir the soul and ignite the imagination. Consider the moment when the mighty Zeus looms above, thunder crackling in his grip, the weight of the world resting on his shoulders. Artists throughout history have captured this raw power, immortalizing him on canvas and in stone. From the dramatic sculptures of ancient Greece to the vibrant frescoes of the Renaissance, each stroke of the brush or chisel reveals the emotions that drive humanity: love, betrayal, courage, and despair. The Greeks understood that the divine mirrored the human experience, and their gods were not distant figures, but reflections of their deepest fears and aspirations. The vibrant colors of a vase, painted with the image of Athena, the goddess of wisdom, stir a sense of reverence and awe. Her armor gleams, and her eyes sparkle with fierce intelligence. This is not merely a decoration, it's a portal to another time, where the teachings of Homer and Hesiod echo in every corner of the Athenian agora. It's where philosophers like Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle pondered the very essence of existence, drawing inspiration from the myths that told of heroes who faced insurmountable odds, just as they did in the realm of thought. As the rain drums against the window, the haunting melodies of ancient plays come alive in the air. The voices of Aeschylus and Sophocles weaving tales of human struggle and divine intervention. Tragedy and comedy intertwine, revealing the complexities of life itself. Oedipus, the tragic hero, blinds himself to the horrors of his fate, a mirror reflecting the darkness within us all. These stories speak not just of ancient times, but resonate deeply with the human condition. They transcend the ages, reminding us that we all grapple with our own destinies. In the flickering light, the image of a young woman, her heart heavy with the weight of love and loss, emerges. Eurydice, forever chasing shadows in the underworld, becomes a symbol of longing that stirs something primal within. Her tale dances across the pages of literature, inspiring poets and playwrights for centuries. How many have felt the ache of separation, the stirring hope of reunion? In the depths of their pain, they find solace in these ageless narratives, drawing strength from the knowledge that they are not alone in their suffering. The brush of an artist's hand captures the moment of triumph as Perseus beheads Medusa, the monster whose gaze turns men to stone. What power lies within the myth, reminding us that bravery and cunning can triumph over even the darkest of fears. This story has traveled across continents, inspiring countless works of art, from the powerful statues of the Renaissance to the graphic novels of today. It speaks to the eternal struggle between light and darkness, urging the human spirit to rise against adversity, to become a champion in life's relentless battles. Shifting to the realm of philosophy, the echoes of the ancient Greeks resonate in the hearts of thinkers who followed. The very fabric of Western thought is stitched with threads of mythology. Plato, with his allegory of the cave, challenges us to question reality, beckoning us to step out of the shadows of ignorance. He draws on the stories of the gods, using their myths to illustrate deeper truths about knowledge, virtue, and the ideal forms of existence. These concepts stir something profound in the minds of those who seek meaning, who search for a light amidst the darkness of the unknown. The delicate stroke of a pen crafts the story of Odysseus, the cunning hero whose journey home is fraught with trials that mirror our own. Each challenge he faces, temptation, loss, and the desire for belonging, calls to every individual who has ever sought a path through life's labyrinth. Homer's words resonate like thunder, powerful and evocative, reminding us that despite the storms we endure, there is always a way forward, a hope that guides us home. As the storm subsides, the legacy of Greek mythology lingers in the air, an invisible thread connecting the past to the present, weaving through the tapestry of human creativity. The essence of these myths is not confined to books or art. They pulse through the veins of society, influencing our language, our stories, and our dreams. The tales of gods and heroes have become part of the very fabric of civilization, a reminder that within each of us lies a hero, waiting to rise. In the quiet after the tempest, a flicker of hope remains, a shared understanding that transcends time. The stories of love and loss, bravery and wisdom, are not just relics of ancient Greece. They are the heartbeat of humanity itself. The mythic characters with their triumphs and failures remain alive in our hearts, shaping our thoughts and actions, guiding us as we navigate the complexities of life. Each story, each artwork, pulses with emotion, rolling waves of inspiration that refuse to be silenced. The legacy of Greek mythology is a living, breathing entity, shaping our understanding of the world while reminding us of our shared humanity. As we turn the pages and admire the art, we find ourselves entangled in the web of these ancient tales, forever influenced by the wisdom and wonder they impart. The tales continue to unfold, waiting to be told and retold, echoing in the hearts of those willing to listen, to feel, and to dream. In the bustling streets of ancient Rome, where the sun cast long shadows across the cobblestones, the air was thick with whispers of gods and heroes. A boy, no more than 10, darted through the crowded marketplace, clutching a wooden toy of a fierce warrior, a miniature version of Mars, the god of war. His eyes sparkled with excitement and fear as tales of Greek legends danced in his mind. These gods, birthed from the imagination of the Greeks, had seeped into the very fabric of Roman life, transforming it in ways both profound and enchanting. As the boy navigated his way past merchants hawking pottery and spices, he overheard a group of elders gathered by a fountain, their voices rising above the sounds of the bustling crowd. They spoke of Venus, the goddess of love, whose beauty could make even the hardest heart soften. "She walks among us," one elder claimed, pointing dramatically toward a passing woman whose flowing hair caught the warm breeze. The boy's heart raced, to think that the divine could be so close, among the ordinary. The Romans were captivated by these stories, weaving them into their own culture with threads from the Greeks. When they looked up at the night sky, they didn't just see stars. They saw constellations of divine beings, each with a story that tugged at the strings of their hearts. The great 12 Olympians, Zeus with his thunderbolt, Hera with her regal presence, and Poseidon with his tempestuous seas, were not just ancient tales. They were the very essence of life and death, fate and fortune, woven into every Roman's existence. In temples across the city, marble statues of these deities towered over worshippers, their eyes gazing down with an eternal watchfulness. The Romans built these grand monuments not merely as homes for the gods, but as symbols of their aspirations and fears. When a Roman general returned from battle, victorious and bloodied, he offered sacrifices to Mars, seeking the god's favor for the next conquest. In these moments, the lines between the mortal and the divine blurred, as the air filled with the scent of incense and the sound of prayers that reverberated off the cold stone. At the heart of Roman festivities were theatrical performances, where actors donned masks of Greek gods, embodying their essence through vibrant tales of love, betrayal, and vengeance. The great tragedies, filled with the weight of human emotion, echoed through the amphitheaters. The audience sat spellbound, hearts pounding, as they witnessed the fall of characters like Oedipus and Medea, feeling their anguish, their passions, as if it were their own. The Romans understood that in these stories lay a reflection of their own lives, their struggles, their desires, and their innate longing for something greater. As summer faded into autumn, festivals celebrating the harvest began, echoing rituals that honored Demeter, the Greek goddess of the harvest. The Romans took these ancient customs and infused them with their own traditions, gathering to give thanks for bountiful crops, lighting bonfires, and dancing under the stars. Each laugh and cheer echoed with the joy of the gods, mingling with the laughter of children chasing each other through the fields. Stories of Dionysus, the god of wine and revelry, were shared over flowing cups, where joy spilled out like the rich red wine. Yet, it wasn't just the celebrations that held the Romans captive. It was the very essence of morality and philosophy that the Greeks had gifted them. The teachings of philosophers like Plato and Aristotle flowed through the minds of the educated elite, urging them to think, to question, to strive for virtue. Roman leaders such as Cicero and Seneca carried these ideals, shaping laws and governance, reminding their people of the importance of justice, duty, and honor. The pulse of Greek thought thrummed through the heart of Roman society, guiding their actions, shaping their futures. In the shadows of the mighty Colosseum, where gladiators fought for glory and life, the influence of Greek mythology remained palpable. The arena was not just a place of violence, it was a stage for the gods themselves. The audience roared as they witnessed a hero rise or a tragic figure fall, their fates reminiscent of the very myths they cherished. Each clash of swords echoed the battles of the Titans, the eternal struggle between good and evil, right and wrong. The thrill of combat was interwoven with the narratives of gods, creating a spectacle that stirred the deepest emotions. One fateful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the city, a magnificent procession made its way through the streets, carrying the statue of Bacchus, the god of wine. The crowd surged with energy, their faces alight with fervor, moving as one towards the temple. The music swelled, and the air vibrated with excitement. In that moment it felt as though the very essence of Greek mythology had come alive, enfolding them in its embrace. There was joy, there was fear, and there was an overwhelming sense of connection to something larger than themselves. As the last rays of sunlight faded into twilight, the echoes of laughter and the sounds of celebration melded with the whispers of ancient gods. The boy with the wooden warrior toy stood in awe, feeling the weight of history on his small shoulders. He realized that Greek mythology was not merely an ancient story. It was a living part of who they were, intertwined with their hopes and dreams. The gods watched, waiting to see how their tales would continue to shape the destiny of Rome. And as the night deepened, a sense of foreboding lingered in the air, hinting at the trials yet to come. The gods were not just figures of light. They were complex, filled with jealousy and wrath, ready to unleash their fury upon those who crossed them. The boy felt a chill run down his spine, the stories of the gods whispering secrets of fate and fortune. The dance between divine influence and human choice spun endlessly, weaving a tapestry that would forever change the course of history. The echoes of ancient tales reverberate through the pages of modern stories, flickering like shadows against the walls of our minds. Just as the sun dips below the horizon, casting a golden glow on the remnants of a forgotten civilization, so too do the myths of Greece weave their way into our everyday narratives. The stories of gods and mortals, love and betrayal, echo through the ages, begging to be told anew. In a bustling cafe in a city that never sleeps, a young woman named Clara flips through the pages of a worn-out book. The cover is a swirl of colors that speaks of ancient lands and epic battles. Her heart races as she reads about a fierce warrior, Achilles, whose fate hangs on the edge of a single choice. The tension in the tale, the raw emotion, drips from the pages like the rain that patters against the window. Each word seems to breathe life into the characters, making them feel so real, so tangible, that Clara can almost hear the clanging of swords and the cries of warriors echoing through time. Just outside the cafe, a teenager named Jake hurries past, earbuds in place, lost in the rhythm of a song that pulses with the energy of modern life. But what he doesn't realize is that the lyrics tell a story all too familiar, a retelling of Orpheus and Eurydice, where love defies even death. The haunting melody captures the essence of longing, the way Orpheus must brave the darkness of the underworld to rescue his beloved. Jake's heart beats in sync with the music, an unknowing tribute to the timelessness of love's struggles, echoing through centuries, a testament to the human experience. Meanwhile, on the silver screen, a blockbuster movie bursts forth with the thunder of Zeus and the cunning of Odysseus. The audience holds their breath as the hero sails through treacherous waters, battling mythical creatures and facing temptations that threaten to derail his quest. Gasps ripple through the theater when the sirens sing, their voices luring sailors to their doom. The tension mounts. Will he succumb to their enchanting call? The thrill of ancient myths mingles with the modern cinematic techniques, igniting a flame of excitement that dances through the crowd, uniting them in the shared experience of adventure and peril. In a dimly lit room, a young boy named Sam watches a cartoon series that brings to life the gods of Olympus. Each episode unfolds like a colorful tapestry, threading together humor and lessons wrapped in the grandeur of mythology. As he giggles at Hermes' quick wit and marvels at Athena's wisdom, Sam learns not just about heroes and villains, but about courage, friendship, and the choices that shape one's character. The laughter spills over, a bridge connecting generations, as parents reminisce about their own childhood stories of these legendary figures. At a local bookstore, a group of friends gathers for a book club, their discussion pulsating with energy. They speak of a recent novel that reimagines the story of Medusa, transforming her from a monster into a woman wronged, exploring themes of power and femininity. The heated debate ignites passions, each person drawing from their own experiences to connect with the ancient tale. Medusa's gaze, once feared, becomes a symbol of strength in vulnerability. The words fly back and forth, emotions heightening the air, as each member grapples with the fluidity of good and evil, the gray areas where myth and reality intertwine. Meanwhile, artists are at work in studios, capturing the essence of mythical beings on canvas. A painter strokes vibrant colors to depict the moment when Pandora opens her box, unleashing chaos into the world. The image is both beautiful and haunting, a reminder of curiosity's dual edge. As observers lean in closer, their hearts quicken, realizing that the struggles of temptation and consequence continue to resonate in their own lives. The scene becomes a living testament to the power of art, bridging the gap between the ancient and the contemporary. Even in the realm of video games, where players don the armor of heroes and wield the powers of gods, Greek myths pulse through the gameplay. With each quest, players embody the spirit of Hercules, battling against monstrous foes and overcoming insurmountable odds. The adrenaline rush, the need to conquer, mirrors the epic tales of heroism that have been told for eons. The multiplayer experiences forge bonds among strangers as they unite under a common goal, reminiscent of the alliances formed by heroes of the past. In the quiet moments of the night, a poet sits with a pen poised, reflecting on the richness of these ancient stories. Her verses flow with the pain of Persephone's descent into the underworld, capturing the essence of loss and rebirth. Each line is a thread of connection to the past, weaving her emotions with that of another era. The stanzas tremble with the weight of longing, echoing the powerful theme of transformation that has resonated through ages. Readers feel every heartbeat, every sigh, as they are pulled into the depths of emotion that lies within the mythological tapestry. The stories intertwine, forming a complex web that binds individuals across time and space. The waves of emotion crash, like the tide against the shores of our consciousness, reminding us that while the characters may be clad in the armor of myth, their struggles, desires, and triumphs mirror our own. The shadows of ancient Greece linger, shaping our narratives, breathing life into our modern tales, igniting a fire that refuses to fade. And just as the sun rises on a new day, casting light upon the intricate threads of these timeless stories, a new chapter awaits to be written. The stage is set, the characters poised, and the audience, ever eager, leans in closer, ready to embrace whatever comes next. In a bustling cafe, a barista pours steaming coffee into a cup, the rich aroma swirling through the air, mingling with the chatter of customers lost in their own worlds. Among them sits a young woman, her eyes glued to a book, the pages worn and dog-eared. The title glimmers in the light, Myths and Legends. With each turn of the page, her heart races as she journeys through stories that have captivated human imagination for centuries. It is here, in this ordinary moment, that the extraordinary power of Greek myths emerges, echoing through time and still resonating within the souls of modern individuals. Greek myths, with their gods and goddesses, heroes and monsters, have woven themselves into the very fabric of contemporary life. They linger in our thoughts, surfacing in our dreams, and whispering truths about our deepest fears and desires. Consider the tale of Pandora, crafted from the earth by the gods and gifted with a box that she must never open. It is the story of curiosity, of humanity's eternal struggle with temptation. Today, we find ourselves in a world brimming with Pandora's boxes, social media, technology, and the relentless chase for perfection. Just as Pandora unleashed chaos upon the world, we too face the consequences of our own choices, navigating through the digital labyrinth filled with both connection and isolation. Then there's the haunting echo of Icarus, who flew too close to the sun, driven by ambition and desire. His tragic fall resonates with the aspirations of countless individuals chasing dreams, forgetting the weight of reality. In boardrooms and classrooms, we hear echoes of Icarus's warning. Each time someone pushes their limits, caught in the thrill of success, there lies that familiar tension, a tug-of-war between soaring high and crashing down. This age-old tale is a reminder that in our pursuit of greatness, we must honor the boundaries that keep us safe. Amidst the shadows of these ancient stories, one can't ignore the strength of figures like Athena, the goddess of wisdom and warfare. In a world still grappling with gender dynamics, her influence is palpable. Women everywhere draw strength from her wisdom, channeling their inner warriors as they break through glass ceilings and challenge societal norms. Athena's courage speaks to the heart of every person who has faced adversity, igniting a fire within that refuses to be extinguished. Her legacy fosters empowerment and resilience, urging individuals to rise against injustice and embrace their intellect. As night casts its spell over the city, the cafe transforms into a sanctuary of stories where the past and present intertwine. A group gathers around a table, animatedly discussing the latest superhero movie. Yet, beneath the surface of capes and masks, the essence of Greek mythology pulses through the narrative. Consider the hero's journey. This archetype is not just a formula for entertainment, it's a fundamental human experience. Heroes like Odysseus traveled perilous seas, facing monsters and temptations, reflecting our own battles against the chaos of life. In every struggle we endure, there is an echo of Odysseus, reminding us that the journey is just as crucial as the destination. In that very cafe, a grandfather converses with his grandson, sharing stories of Hercules. The boy's eyes widen as he learns about the labors that tested Hercules' strength and wit. The challenges Hercules faced are mirrored in the trials of youth today, overcoming bullying, navigating friendships, and striving for personal achievements. This connection is not just a bridge to the past, it fosters understanding, empathy, and courage. The tales of Hercules inspire a belief that no challenge is insurmountable, instilling a sense of hope that one can rise above adversity. As the evening unfolds, the stories continue to weave themselves into conversations, an unbroken thread binding generations together. A young artist sketches on a napkin, inspired by the tale of Orpheus, who ventured into the underworld, out of love. The depth of human emotion captured in that myth, the triumph and tragedy of love, lost and won, translates into every brushstroke. Today's artists, writers, and musicians draw from these timeless narratives, channeling the struggles and joys of existence into their work. The myths breathe life into their creations, resonating with audiences through vulnerability and raw emotion. Outside, the moon casts a silvery glow over the streets, illuminating the intricate dance of life that unfolds beneath its watchful eye. The influence of Greek myths transcends mere storytelling. They shape our identities and inform our moral compass. Consider the story of Prometheus, who defied the gods by bringing fire to humanity. This act of rebellion speaks to the heart of innovation and progress. echoing in the hearts of inventors and thinkers striving to make the world better. In an age of rapid technological advancement, Prometheus serves as a reminder of the fine line between creation and destruction, the power of knowledge, and the responsibility that comes with it. As the cafe empties, the young woman finally closes her book, her heart full of the weight of history and the promise of hope. She leaves the cafe with a new understanding of her place in the world, aware that she is a part of this grand tapestry of myths that transcends time. The stories that once belonged to the ancients now live in her, their struggles, triumphs, and failures echoing within her own experiences. On the streets, a couple walks hand in hand, whispering secrets as they navigate life together. They embody the spirit of Eros, the relentless pursuit of love that knows no bounds. Their laughter, their struggles, and the narrative of their lives reflect the timeless dance of passion and heartbreak that Greek myths capture so beautifully. In every heartbeat, in every shared glance, the essence of love's complexity unfolds, a reminder that these age-old tales resonate deeply within the human experience. In the distant shadows, the mythical creatures of Greek lore still roam, not as monsters, but as symbols of our fears and dreams. The Minotaur lurks in the labyrinth of our minds, representing the struggles we face against our inner demons. Medusa's gaze reflects the way we sometimes perceive beauty and danger interwoven, a reminder of how we navigate the complexities of attraction and repulsion. These myths are alive, pulsating with emotion, urging humanity to confront its deepest truths and understand its own nature. As the night deepens, the myths linger in the air like an enchanting melody, their relevance unfading. The stories of gods and mortals pulse in modern life, reminding us that the human experience is both a gift and a burden. They challenge us to reflect on our choices, embrace our vulnerabilities, and rise to our potential. In a world that sometimes feels chaotic and uncertain, the threads of Greek myths weave hope and wisdom into our very existence, ensuring that the tales of old remain a guiding light for generations to come. In the flickering shadows of ancient times, where the firelight danced on the cave walls, stories were born. Stories of gods and monsters, love and betrayal, creation and destruction. A young boy sat at his grandfather's feet, eyes wide with wonder, as the elder recounted the tale of Prometheus, who defied Zeus himself to bring fire to humanity. The room hushed, captivated by the gravity of the moment. This wasn't just a story. It was a pulse, a heartbeat echoing through the ages, binding generations together. How could a tale from a distant land resonate so deeply, stirring the emotions hidden in the souls of people everywhere? The myths of Greece stand as towering monuments in the landscape of human imagination, yet they whisper of similarities that stretch across continents. As the boy listened, he couldn't help but feel a sudden chill. Prometheus, stealing fire for mankind, echoed the stories of many other cultures, like the Polynesian Maui, who snatched the sun to lengthen the day, or the Zulu hero Unkulunkulu, who brought forth life from the darkness. Was there a thread connecting them all? An unseen hand weaving a tapestry of belief and aspiration? An old woman in the corner, perhaps a wise woman of the village, added warmth to the gathering. She spoke of her people's tales, featuring gods who walked among them, much like the Greek pantheon. The gods and goddesses of Olympus, Hera, with her jealousy, Athena, with her wisdom, mirrored figures found in mythologies worldwide. In Mesopotamian lore, Inanna descended into the underworld, much like Persephone, and faced her own trials. The boy shivered at the thought that these tales were not so far apart after all. What if these stories, filled with the struggles of gods and mortals, were humanity's collective narrative, echoing in different languages and cultures? The fire crackled, and the boy's heart raced as he grasped the weight of these connections. It was as if each myth was a star in the vast universe of storytelling, each twinkling light representing a shared human experience. The tale of the hero's journey, found in the Odyssey, mirrored the adventures of the Indian epic, the Mahabharata, where characters faced moral dilemmas that tested their very souls. Odysseus and Arjuna were not so different. Both wrestled with fate, loyalty, and the burdens of leadership. Would their struggles resonate with a farmer in the fields or a sailor on the stormy seas? The answer lay in the very essence of humanity. As night deepened, the old woman's voice wove through the air like a melody, touching on the tragic love of Orpheus and Eurydice. The boy's heart ached at the thought of love lost and the desperate measures to reclaim it. This theme echoed in the tale of Isis and Osiris, where love transcended death itself. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes as he understood that love, in all its forms, was a universal truth that shaped lives across cultures. It wasn't just Greek. It belonged to every heart that beat with longing, every soul that dared to hope. The cracking of logs in the fire punctuated the conversation, and the boy leaned in closer, drawn by the warmth, the connection. The stories of Greek heroes, like Heracles and his 12 labors, resonated with tales of heroes from the far reaches of the earth, like the Native American figures who embarked on quests to bring balance to their tribes. It was a thrilling thought. Was there a hidden code in their narratives, a shared blueprint that defined the human experience? Each hero journeyed, faced trials, and emerged transformed. And in each of these stories, the boy saw a flicker of his own dreams and aspirations. Outside, the wind howled like a mournful spirit, and the world felt alive with possibility. The boy's imagination soared with the thought that perhaps the myth of creation itself, like the Greek chaos giving birth to Gaia, resonated with the creation myths of the world. In the beginning, there was darkness, and in the darkness, a spark ignited life. Could it be that the origins of humanity were traced back to the same celestial dance of creation? The boy envisioned the Big Bang, the swirling chaos that led to galaxies, as if it were a divine act not so far removed from the tales of gods shaping the earth. In that moment, the stories of the Greeks seemed to transcend time and space, reaching out to brush against the myths of countless cultures. The boy could see the threads intertwining, Hindu, Norse, African, and more, each adding color and texture to the rich fabric of humanity's collective dreamscape. As the flames danced higher, illuminating the faces around him, he felt the weight of his ancestors' stories, the burden and blessing of their legacies. The night wore on, and the boy could hardly contain the swell of emotion within him. Every tale breathed life into his imagination, and every thread of similarity heightened his sense of wonder. The stories were not confined to the pages of dusty books. They pulsed with vitality, woven into the very fabric of human experience. They whispered of hope in times of despair, of triumph in the face of adversity, and of love that transcended the boundaries of life and death. In the village square, the tales continued to ripple outward, much like the myths themselves, connecting generations and cultures in an intricate dance of shared humanity. The boy's heart beat in rhythm with this ancient pulse, and he yearned for more, craving every detail, every emotion. As he sat captivated by the fireside tales, he sensed that the stories were only the beginning, hinting at a deeper world yet to be unveiled, a world where the mythologies of the Greeks lived alongside those of every corner of the earth, each whisper of the past beckoning him to listen, to feel, and to believe. And that belief, that intoxicating rush of possibility, lingered in the air, urging him onward, into the ever-expanding universe of myth and meaning. The flickering flames of a campfire cast long shadows on the faces gathered around it, each face a canvas of myth and memory. Stories danced from lips like sparks into the night sky, weaving intricate patterns of belief and tradition. In this sacred space, voices rose and fell, echoing the ancient tales of gods, heroes, and the mysteries of life that have shaped humanity for millennia. This moment, vibrant and electric, was not merely a gathering of friends, but a glimpse into the age-old tradition of myth-making, a tradition that has stimulated endless debates and interpretations throughout history. In the corridors of academia, the fervor surrounding mythological studies has sparked intellectual fires that burn brightly, illuminating the shadows of ignorance. The great thinkers, Joseph Campbell, Mircea Eliade, Carl Jung, have all added fuel to this fire, each contributing unique perspectives that challenge the boundaries of how myths are understood. They argued not just over the content of the stories, but over their meaning, their purpose, and their psychological significance. Every interpretation opened new doors, revealing the rich tapestry of human experience woven into the fabric of these ancient narratives. The echo of these debates can be felt in the halls of universities, where impassioned voices clash and converge. The question looms: are myths simply stories told to entertain, or do they hold deeper truths about the human condition? Some scholars argue that they are reflections of societal values, mirrors showing us who we are and who we aspire to be. Others assert that myths serve as a bridge to the divine, a means of understanding the universe's mysteries in ways that logic cannot comprehend. The tension between these views is palpable, sparking a rivalry as heated as any ancient battle. Yet, beneath these intellectual skirmishes lies a shared foundation, the understanding that myths are alive. They evolve, morphing with every retelling, adapting to new cultural landscapes. In the ancient world, myths were not confined to written texts. They were experienced, performed, and absorbed into the very fabric of daily life. The stories of Osiris, Persephone, and Thor were not just tales etched in stone. They were gods who walked among men, breathing life into the mundane. As the modern world emerged, so too did new interpretations of these ancient tales. Scholars began to analyze myths through various lenses: psychological, anthropological, and feminist, among others. The narrative of the Great Mother, long overshadowed in a patriarchal society, began to resurface, inviting women to reclaim their roles in these stories. This shift was electric, igniting discussions that spanned continents, echoing in the hearts of those who felt marginalized by history. Digging deeper, the field of mythological studies began to intersect with other disciplines, revealing the cosmic connections between seemingly disparate cultures. The similarities found in creation myths, from the indigenous peoples of North America to the ancient Egyptians, sent shockwaves through academia. These connections hinted at a universal language of storytelling, a testament to humanity's shared quest for understanding. Yet, with such revelations came new debates. Were these parallels a reflection of genuine historical connections, or merely a coincidence of human thought? In the throes of these discussions, the shadows of colonialism loomed large, casting doubt over the narratives crafted by those in power. The study of myth was as much about power dynamics as it was about stories. The tales of the colonized often remained untold or misrepresented, leading to a renaissance of voices demanding to be heard. As the 20th century progressed, scholars like Edward Said challenged the West's monopolization of cultural narratives, urging a reevaluation of whose myths were being told and whose were being silenced. The emotional weight of this realization struck a chord, resonating with those who recognized the importance of all voices in the tapestry of human experience. The narratives of the marginalized began to weave their way into the mainstream, challenging established norms and inviting fresh perspectives. In this new era, mythological studies became a battleground of interpretation. Each layer peeled back, revealing deeper truths, hidden beneath the surface. With each conflict came resolution, yet the pulse of debate never waned. The rise of digital media transformed the landscape, allowing myths to transcend geographic boundaries at lightning speed. Social platforms became arenas where ancient stories were retold and reimagined, sometimes clashing fiercely with traditional interpretations. Memes and viral content breathed new life into old myths, prompting scholars to engage with contemporary interpretations that bore little resemblance to their origins. The once clear lines of mythology began to blur, creating a colorful mosaic of meaning that was both thrilling and alarming. In this chaotic symphony of voices, one could feel the exhilaration, an electrifying sense of possibility. Each argument, each interpretation, brought with it not just knowledge, but a deep emotional resonance. The stories that had once been confined to dusty tomes were now alive, shaping the identities of individuals and cultures. As generations grapple with the complexities of existence, myths provide solace, a way to navigate the unknown. The debates surrounding mythological studies are more than intellectual exercises. They are a testament to our enduring need for stories, stories that connect us, challenge us, and inspire us. The complexities of these narratives reflect the complexities of life itself, and in their evolution, they reveal the ever-changing nature of humanity. As the flickering flames of the campfire burned lower, casting long shadows that danced and flickered, the weight of history pressed upon those gathered. Each tale told was a fragment of something greater, something eternally elusive, yet deeply familiar. The air buzzed with anticipation, echoing the unending quest for understanding. The night was far from over, and the stories, like mythical creatures, would continue to roam, shifting and transforming with every new voice that ventured to tell them. The next chapter, waiting to unfold, promised to be as riveting as those that had come before, inviting all who listened to lean in closer, hearts racing in the rhythm of timeless tales. Amidst the rolling hills of ancient Greece, a sun-kissed village lay cradled by olive trees, whispers of old gods echoing through its stones. It was in this quiet place that a discovery would change everything, a flicker of the past igniting the flames of wonder and awe. As the gentle earth shifted beneath the weight of the archaeologist's tools, a buried truth began to surface, calling out from the shadows of history. Among the team was Lena, her heart pounding with a mix of excitement and trepidation. She had always felt an unexplainable connection with the legends of her ancestors, those tales of heroes and monsters that danced around the campfires at night. Now, with her hands gripping the trowel, she sensed that she was on the brink of uncovering something monumental. Each careful scrape of the soil felt like a heartbeat, a pulse reverberating through time. A glint of gold caught her eye. Lena's breath hitched as she unearthed a delicate brooch, its intricate design whispering stories of devotion and bravery. This was no ordinary find. It belonged to a priestess of Athena, adorned with symbols that had long been forgotten. Suddenly, the air was thick with the weight of history. As her fingers traced the cool metal, a rush of emotions surged within her, a connection to a past that was both foreign and familiar. The myths that had shaped her childhood now felt alive, tangible in her grasp. As the sun dipped low, casting long shadows over the excavation site, the team gathered around the artifact. They exchanged excited glances, their voices hushed, as if speaking too loudly might shatter the spell. The myths they grew up with, stories of divine wrath, love, and sacrifice, suddenly transformed into a reality woven into the very fabric of the earth beneath them. Each discovery was a thread, pulling them deeper into a tapestry that had been waiting to be revealed. But the thrill of discovery came hand in hand with a sense of dread. Was it right to disturb these ancient resting places? The myths, after all, were more than just stories. They were the lifeblood of cultures, the sacred bonds that connected generations. As evening settled in, a heavy silence hung over the group. They could almost hear the whispers of the past, cautioning them to tread lightly. Meanwhile, across the Mediterranean, in the dusty sands of Egypt, another team was facing a similar reckoning. Karim, the lead archaeologist, stood before a colossal statue of Osiris, its once vibrant colors faded, yet still commanding reverence. As they carefully cleaned away the layers of sand, he felt as if he were peeling back time itself. Each brushstroke revealed not just stone, but the very essence of an empire that had flourished thousands of years ago. But the impact of their findings was twofold. With every artifact that emerged, there came a rush of excitement, but also a haunting realization. The more they revealed, the further they risked the delicate balance between preservation and exploitation. The ancient myths had survived for millennia through oral tradition, but now they were at risk of being lost in the chaos of modernity. The stories that had once brought communities together were now teetering on the brink of being mere footnotes in textbooks. As the teams shared their finds on a global stage, a collective gasp rippled through audiences. News outlets clamored for headlines, eager to broadcast the latest revelations. Schools began to teach these new stories, intertwining them with the old, forever altering the landscape of historical understanding. Lena and Karim, though separated by distance, felt the weight of their discoveries pressing down on them. The buzz in the air was electric, charged with the thrill of revelation, but also draped in a shroud of responsibility. On a crowded street corner in Rome, vibrant murals depicting ancient battles and gods came to life through the eyes of tourists. The stories of mythological creatures and valiant heroes leapt from the pages of history into the hearts of the curious. But beneath the excitement, a murmur of anxiety began to grow. Would these tales lose their significance, becoming little more than entertainment? Would the roots that nourished them be severed from those who held them sacred? In the shadows, an old woman watched the crowds with tear-filled eyes. Her grandmother had shared tales of the gods as she whisked flour for bread, her voice soft yet powerful. Each story was a thread binding her to her ancestors. The tales had grounded her, provided a sense of identity. Now, as she observed the newfound fascination with the past, she felt a pang of loss. Would the essence of the myths survive in a world that seemed to care more for spectacle than substance? Farther afield, in the mountains of Peru, another layer of complexity unfolded. Excavations revealed sacred sites of the Incas, temples that had once been vibrant centers of worship. As scientists meticulously catalogued their findings, they were met with resistance from the local community. The people revered these sites, viewing them as more than stones. They were the echo of their ancestors' prayers and sacrifices. The rich stories of the past contrasted sharply with the sterile way they were being presented in museums. The tension mounted as Lena, Karim, and others in the field wrestled with their growing realization. Archaeological discoveries were not just about unearthing artifacts, but also about preserving the myths that gave them life. With every unearthing, they faced an ethical dilemma, a crossroads of history and modernity that challenged their understanding of what it meant to honor the past. In their hearts, they knew that each story was a bridge across time, a fragile connection that needed to be nurtured, respected, and preserved. The past was not merely a collection of facts to be displayed, but a living tapestry woven with threads of human experience. The stakes were high, and the tension palpable. Each excavation, each find, demanded not just attention, but reverence, a commitment to safeguarding not only the artifacts, but the stories and the cultures they represented. As they stood at the edge of this precipice, looking into the abyss of possibility and responsibility, the weight of their discoveries pressed down upon them. The myths that had once seemed distant were now a part of their very essence, and the emotional tide surged within them, urging them onward. The journey was far from over, and they were just beginning to understand the profound impact of preserving the myths that shaped